Hello my dudes, and welcome to another one of my streams. Yeah, it's KSP2 music, hey curious. Okay, so today I got something pretty interesting for you guys. What we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be sending a space plane to Eve and back. Now, normally, the way to reach Eve would be to build a highly efficient lander, something in the neighborhood of about 25 to 30 tons for a single Kerbal. The reason for that being is, of course, that Eve is extremely massive, and more importantly, Eve has a ridiculously thick atmosphere. This means that we would normally need a highly optimized aircraft, or a highly optimized rocket technically, to actually get out of Eve. However, there is another way. If we use wings, we can sort of bypass the need for high enough thrust to take off from Eve, and we can simply ascend at a slightly shallower profile to either get a much larger payload out of Eve or just be more efficient about it. Now, I did mess around already with a couple of builds, and I've ended up building this thing, which in theory can leave Eve and go back from Eve's surface to Kerbin. However, I feel like I can take this a little bit further. So this thing carries 4 Kerbals. However, I still have a little bit of excess Delta V, and this thing isn't super outlandish per se. So I feel like I could probably, or what we're gonna be trying to do here is trying to get a space plane that can ferry 20 Kerbals to the surface and back to the KSC. So let's see how it goes. Hey, I have no idea how to say your name. Nivaj? Yeah, man, I'm glad to hear it. I tried to make my videos somewhat informative. Okay, so basically our build is gonna center around this piece. Now, typically, what I like to use for space journeys is this module, which is the long-term habitation module. However, it only holds 8 Kerbals, and that doesn't get us to the much cooler number of 20 Kerbals to Eve's surface. Now, if this one doesn't work out, I'll probably end up using the long-term habitation module, but we'll see. The main issue with this one is, honestly, looks. The issue that I have is that it has these cut-off edges, and even though it's not really an issue for a typical spaceplane design, since we're working with very tight margins, I probably won't be able to make or to add any structural pieces for the crew module to go into the fuel tanks nicely, so we'll probably end up having this pretty lame transition, but I guess we'll see how it goes. So, of course, just as with any just like with any difficult build, our centerpiece is gonna be the mighty Swerve. This thing has absolutely revolutionized what you can do with SSTOs, or rockets in general, honestly. So yeah, I reckon we have something like this. Now, the way I'm gonna be doing this is, I do intend for this to be a full-on spaceplane. Now, I won't mess around with making this a technical SSTO like I did in my last video. I feel like there's not that much of a need, plus we're gonna be using staging heavily once we actually get to Eve, so I feel like it wouldn't really make sense to put in the effort in making this a technical SSTO. Now, what we want for this stage is we want a very minimal wing. Since Eve has a ridiculous atmosphere, we basically don't need much lift to actually take off, so we can be fairly minimalistic with the wing. In addition, having a small wing is also going to help us out in reducing our weight, since wings actually do add a fair bit of weight. Wait, is this thing... Yeah, okay. I thought it might have been put upside down. Sometimes in KSP, wings will get placed upside down for some reason, which is a little suboptimal. See, I probably want a pretty wide and a pretty short wing, I imagine. Hey, Zenith. Okay, so something like this. I don't think I'll be able to make this a delta wing either, but we'll see. I'll start off with a more typical plane design, I reckon. Another issue we have with staging is an issue that simple rockets don't have to deal with. Since we'll have a lot of staging here, we need to keep all the staging towards our center of mass, so our center of mass and lift ratio doesn't change too much and we can actually still fly. This is probably the most difficult part of the whole build, honestly, since maintaining that center of mass and lift position is honestly a little bit difficult when you're trying to shove a bunch of staging on there. Is it possible to cover the tanks with fairings? So it is possible and you can definitely do it, but for the moment there's a lot of drag bugs in the game, and if you cover the fuel tanks with fairings, is gonna introduce a ridiculous amount of drag. So while it's technically possible at the moment, I really wouldn't advise it since it's extremely inefficient, unfortunately. Once the drag bugs get fixed, then yes, it will be fully possible to do it, but for now, unfortunately no. We also probably want our center of lift to be a little bit further back. As our fuel tanks will drain, our center of mass is gonna go forward since we have a bunch of crew compartments here, so we want to account for that. And good morning, man. Okay, since we will be slapping a bunch of staging, I'm not gonna do any super fancy wing. I just want it to be a little bit higher than our center of mass, since I want, of course, our center of mass to be pretty decent with staging and without staging, and I want our center of thrust to be more or less in line as well. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna be putting the wing slightly above the center of mass, so that all of our external shit like fuel tanks, engines can be roughly on center. So I guess I'm just gonna center the fuel tanks. Also, the way I'm gonna go about this is I'm gonna be attaching most of our staging to the wing. I guess it's sort of realistic in the way that you would see external fuel tanks on an actual plane. So that's kind of the look that I'm going for right here. I'd also like to use the inline decouplers, but unfortunately inline decouplers are super bugged and super cursed, so we will not be able to do it, unfortunately. Oh, this doesn't give me that much movement. Now, to save on space, what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be putting 2 of these fuel tanks and engines on the tip of the wings, and then just stack as many as I can under. Now, of course, I could put stuff over the wing as well, but that would present a bit of an issue. Once we stage, of course, our spent fuel tanks and engines will want to fall down, and if I have them over the wing, they're just gonna fall on top of the wing. Now, if I run out of space, I will experiment with putting some separatrons on to kind of push both the engines and the fuel tanks away. But I'm not sure how well that's gonna work, so we'll see. Actually I might have fucked this up. Probably wanted to move the couplers along with the fuel tanks, not just the fuel tanks. So let me just redo this real quick. The reason for that being is if the couplers are super offset and they're clipping into a different fuel tank, they might cause a bit of an issue later for us, because the coupler might take parts along with it that we don't want to stage just yet. Now, of course, we're going to be using vectors for the atmospheric stage of our flight, since vectors are just really fucking good. Oh man, I messed it up again. Okay, what I want to do is I'll offset this back. And I actually want to move the decoupler, not just the fuel tank. Probably do it a bit like this. It's gonna look a little weird since we're gonna have decouplers pointing in random directions, but there's no real way that I can avoid this. So I guess we'll just have to deal with it. Maybe I'll dress it up later and make it look a little cooler, so the decouplers actually look like they like belong instead of just pointing in random directions. We'll see. Now we will need quite a few stages, I imagine. Probably like 5 stages, I imagine, if I had to guess. I want this to be facing outwards. What do you mean decoupler's angled? Man, I don't know what you're saying. Okay, so this is gonna present a bit of an issue. What I want to do is, yeah, typing do be pretty hard. So what I want to do is, I want to stage the engines separately. So as we climb higher and as we get rid of stages, of course we won't need as many engines. But that does present a bit of an issue. Once we stage, if the engines are set up like this, like on the side of the craft, once we stage we're gonna have offset thrust. But these are vectors, so maybe we're gonna be fine. We'll see. This is gonna require a lot of testing, clearly. Thankfully, we can sort of fast forward through all the testing phases by using mods. Now, in KSP1, there was a base game feature of being able to teleport. In KSP2, for some reason, it's not a thing. But using mods, we can still teleport to the Eve surface for our testing phases. So I'd rather attach the decouplers to the body itself as much as possible, since that's going to increase our overall rigidity. If I attach it to the wing is gonna start flopping about and it's gonna flop the engines and fuel tanks. If I attach it to the main body, it's gonna be a little bit more structurally sound. It's not gonna help massively, but it's still a little better. Now, 2 vectors is probably not gonna be enough if I had to guess. But this is gonna be a pretty decent start, I would say. Probably... Let's see. Actually, I'll move the wing later. Let's add a bit more staging for now. I'm not entirely sure if it's actually possible to ferry 20 kerbals to the surface without making an absolute monstrosity. What the hell is going on? Okay, can I attach it to the wing, please? Okay, I'm gonna make the wing white because I can't really see what's going on. I'll see. The issue is that if I rotate it into the wing, when I actually decouple it, the decoupler is gonna start interacting with the wing physically, and it's probably gonna break the wing, so I can't clip it inside of it, probably. I'll see. We'll need to experiment a little bit and see what we can do. Wait, where's the decoupler even? I don't even know where the decoupler went. So this probably needs to go a little bit further out. This one probably as well. Oh, can I please get the thing? Yep, probably something like this, I imagine. The wing might be a little bit on the big side actually, but we'll see. Oh man, gravity assists are a little difficult in KSP2 right now, since trajectory lines are a bit messed up. But basically the way you do it is you simply get an encounter with the gravitational body that you're trying to get a gravity assist from, and you try to pass as close as possible to it to basically leech some of its gravity to slingshot you to a higher orbit. There's probably some videos online for gravity assist tutorials, I imagine. Okay, let's see if I can get some couplers on here. I mean, yes and no. It's easier to make a small ship to refuel in orbit once we actually get to orbit. Okay, what is going on? For some reason I just can't attach it to the wing anymore. Maybe it's because these are blocking it? It's got some sort of a weird interaction. Okay, but going back to your question, so refueling would be easier, but the issue is that we need to get out of Eve first somehow. And to get out of Eve, we need a lot of stages. If this was KSP1, it would actually be possible to make a legit SSTO that can get to Eve and leave Eve and go back to Kerbin with the help of propellers. The thing with Eve is that it's not that difficult to get out of it once you're at about a 20-kilometer altitude. Basically, Eve's lower atmosphere is extremely soupy, and it introduces a lot of drag, and it also decreases our engine efficiency and thrust, which is the real killer, really. This makes it really difficult to get out of Eve's lower atmosphere, but once we actually breach it, it's just a matter of having enough Delta V, and with the swerve it's not an issue. Now, if this was KSP1, I could actually get out of the lower atmosphere with propellers, basically for free. But since we don't have any robotics of any kind, sadly that's not possible at the moment. Unfortunately, I don't think we're gonna get robotics until much later into the game. According to the devs, robotics aren't gonna come until after the full release, which is really sad. Hopefully a mod is gonna add robotics, because I use them a lot. Like, I used to use robotics in nearly every single build I did in KSP1 for one reason or another. Robotics are just really cool. Okay, looks like our wing might be a bit too short. Yeah, see ya, man. Okay, I reckon I probably want to increase the wing size a little bit so that we can actually fit all of our fuel tanks. Thanks, man. Glad you enjoyed them. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. See, how big do we need to make the wing to actually fit everything? Now, I could use the larger decouplers, but larger decouplers make considerably more drag, so I'd rather avoid it if possible. I'd rather use the smaller ones and just add a billion struts. Yeah, probably something like this. Probably have to make the wing a little narrower though. I think it's gonna be... Oh man, I can't offset this enough. What if I do it with a decoupler? Let's see. Yep. Okay, so we can make this a little bit smaller. Now, I might end up having to use separatrons, although I'm not really sure how separatrons are gonna work here. I would prefer to avoid them because they're probably gonna add drag, and since our ship is already extremely draggy, I really don't want to add any more than I have to. Okay, this looks alright, I would say. I'll probably need more staging, but let's just check. Okay, thrust center of mass to center of lift looks good. So I probably want to make the first stage pretty small, I imagine. We'll see, we'll experiment. This is gonna need a lot of experimentation. Although I already have a decent blueprint for what I have to do, roughly. Oh, probably want to add a nose cone. Now, I would prefer to use... I'd prefer to use this cockpit, but I feel like using it would create even more uneven transitions, like this one and this one, so... The bus cockpit is probably going to be a little bit better. Now, the bus cockpit does have a lower drag than this cockpit actually, but it also has higher weight, so it probably roughly evens out in terms of which one is better. And yeah, this is gonna be an interesting challenge for sure, I imagine. It's probably possible. The only question is how massive the craft is gonna end up being to get 20 kerbals up. We also want a pretty large stabilizer. Now, even though Eve has a massive atmosphere, we'll be ascending at a relatively low speed and a relatively high angle of attack, so we do want to have a fair bit of stabilization. Wow, still can't see, nice. In the past, I've tried to make the stabilizer relatively small to reduce drag, but the craft would just start to drift around, so it really doesn't work. Another issue is landing gear. It's pretty difficult to place them on a craft of this type. If I place them on the center, then they have no stability. If I place them on the outside, then I have to lug. And then, well, then it just kind of looks goofy. So I haven't really figured out how I want to approach this just yet, but we'll see. So probably want to make this look a little bit nicer. Let's see. Tip length a little bit smaller, and oh fuck, it's not what I wanted to adjust. Wing angle, there we go. This is probably gonna mess with our center of mass, or center of lift, but whatever. At least for now. I want it to be a pretty smooth transition so it looks decent. Yeah, probably something like this. Okay, center of lift still looks good. Where are we at? 170 tons. Yeah, this is looking okay, I would say. Also probably want to lift this up a little bit so it looks nicer. Something like this. Wait, what? Oh man, did I not make this out of a wing piece? What the hell? Not really sure why it's not giving me a control surface on here. That's pretty weird. Yeah, that's control. Okay, I think the game bugged out. Let me just launch it and revert to VAB. I think something has bugged out. Launching and reverting usually helps. Oh wow. Okay. Okay, KSP. So the second patch has actually improved things a little bit, but in order to see any improvement, you have to make a new save file. If you're using a save file from the previous patch, then you probably won't see any difference. But if you make a new save, then yeah, I think things are a bit better. So I think I need to reapply the wing since something is clearly messed up. Yeah, the wing editors keep getting fixed to the screen. It was a pretty big issue for me when doing the Moho SSTO speed build, since I kept having like 30 of these just stuck on the screen at all times. It was really annoying. Okay, I think I need to redo the wing since it got bugged. Also, probably want to rotate this out before we mess with the wing. Since once we decouple, this is going to basically just kill us. Actually, I wonder if I can even decouple this if it's phasing into another part. I guess we'll see. Okay, so I got my editor back. Or I got my control surfaces back, that's good. Oh, I was using the small wing actually. So using the small wing is definitely preferable whenever possible. The small wing actually weighs a little bit less than the big wing at the same size, so it's definitely more efficient to use it. However, it's obviously not always possible. Okay, let me just position this in the correct place again. I probably should have made it a little bit thicker just so I could see what I'm doing a little bit better. We'll see. If we end up making this decently efficient and slightly overbuilt, I'll probably make some sort of a cooler wing design for it. But for now, I'm just gonna try and actually make this thing operate. Radial decouplers are buggy, but they're also the only efficient way of putting stages on a spaceplane. Unfortunately, because the inline decouplers are super bugged as well, but the way that they're bugged is that they just have a ridiculous amount of drag. So they're just basically impossible to use on a spaceplane. They're also extremely bad for even like a rocket for Eve. But there is a way around it actually. So basically all of these inline decouplers will, each inline decoupler is gonna double your drag. However, there is a way around it. It's really jank and it's really dumb, but there is a way around it. Let me show you guys. Basically, what you do is you have one stage, then you put a sacrificial spark engine, you put another stage on here, and when you want to decouple, you have to basically right click the spark engine and you have to click on jettison. Engines aren't actually bugged like inline decouplers and it won't create a lot of drag, but of course it's gonna be fairly wobbly and it's just inconvenient since you can't stage with the spacebar anymore and you have to manually keep track of your fuel consumption then. But it is a workaround, and it works. So if you're building something like super optimized, it might be a good idea to use what I like to call engine decouplers. Now, even though I did come up with this technology, I personally never use it because it's just really annoying to use. Okay, so these are going to be our ailerons. This is roll, this is pitch. Our elevator is probably a bit too big, so actually it might be fine. Let's paint it all black. Okay, so this is definitely not enough staging. But we'll see. We probably also need more thrust, I would imagine. I don't think 2 vectors are going to be enough. I think we're going to need a little more. Now, of course, I could make a couple bigger stages instead of a bunch of smaller ones, but having a lot of small stages is actually way more efficient. And since we do be going to Eve, efficiency is unfortunately something we need to consider greatly. Okay, so something like this, I imagine. Okay, let's see. Maybe I could just add one of these on every single stage for additional thrust. Okay, let me just save this real quick. The game has actually been crashing more since the last patch for me, so I've been trying to get into I've been trying to make a habit of quick saving my craft fairly often, since you honestly never know when the game is just gonna randomly crash. Okay, what I also want to do is I want to place wheels on one of our stages so that we can throw them away. Now that does present an issue of how do we land at Kerbin once we get back, but I feel like I'll address this later. First, let's just tackle Eve. What I'll probably do is have much smaller wheels for our eventual Kerbin descent, I'm guessing. gonna be a lot lighter and they're gonna be a lot more efficient. So just probably like 2 super small wheels at the back for the eventual curb and descent. So we're basically gonna have 2 sets of wheels. They're gonna be pretty jank to land on, but whatever. It's gonna be probably fine. It looks super goofy. Striking or swerve is gonna be a real issue with these. Okay, so probably something like this. Oh, actually our wing is a little bit detached from the fuselage, so let me just fix that real quick. Okay, so I reckon our staging goes like this. Oh, actually, probably the biggest thing that got fixed in this patch is the fact that staging actually works decently well. So stuff like asparagus, stuff like multiple fuel tanks actually sort of work, which is really nice because before the second patch, I could never get them to work properly. They literally just like straight up never worked for me. Alright, now time to add a billion struts. Now we will run into another issue. Once we start jettisoning our stages, our decoupler or our struts are going to be going as well, so we're going to have some wobbling issues. So we do have to be pretty smart with how we place our struts, I imagine. I'm not being very smart, but I'll probably see how it goes and attach struts as needed later. For now, I'm just going to do a pretty basic setup. Okay, so we got something like this. Now, one issue with this cockpit, and yeah, the floating cog bug. The issue with this cockpit, it doesn't have inbuilt RCS, which is gonna be a bit of an issue, I imagine. But I'm gonna try and not add any more RCS. We do have vectors, so it might be fine. We'll see. Okay, let's see if our staging is correct. Yep, this looks good. Let's just double check real quick. Yeah, looks good. Okay, let's see how wobbly this thing is. Actually, not bad. Although I think the landing gear is a little bit too high on the back. We need to lower it. We need to be able to rotate very early on once we land, since we don't want to waste time and accelerate on the ground on Eve. We want to be pitching up as soon as humanly possible. I'll also probably move these up a little, although I guess I can just not deploy these when landing or after landing. Actually, these are probably going to be good for the landing, and then I'll retract them for the takeoff. Let's see how it goes. You also need to find a decent spot on Eve, so... Oh wow, what is this lag? Okay, that doesn't look very promising. Okay, Okay, my issue was probably not pitching down immediately after spawning in. My elevator is straight up not working. That's actually the issue. Let's see. Did I mess it up? No. Hello, elevator? Okay, literally none of my control surfaces work. Very cool. Let's see if I can revert and somehow maybe get it fixed. Maybe it was the teleporting issue. Sometimes when you teleport, weird things happen, so we'll see. Yeah, I think they will add alternate hydrogen tanks considering how many people are asking for it. It'd be really weird for them not to, since literally everybody wants to cover up the hydrogen tanks. I mean, even if they don't add it, we will be able to cover them up later with fairings, or with like those structural tube things. Forget what they're called. So it's not gonna be a huge issue. Okay, literally none of my control surfaces work. Okay. So basically I was in, for some reason it put me in an alternate flight mode, so I guess that was the issue. It put me in docking mode. Now, I'm not really sure why my FPS is so shit on Eve. I mean, it might be because I'm streaming and I was doing my my testing off screen, but I don't think so. Okay, this is looking pretty weird. Let me just do a little bit of cheats to get myself going. Turn infinite off. Okay, so once this thing stalls, I guess it's not very stable. Elevator authority is also way too high. I reckon we tune it down to like 10%. Okay, so it does fly, which is nice. Just gonna toggle no crash damage for now. Now, it would probably make sense to just... Oh wow, that's suboptimal, these landing gears. They're pointing in random directions, so I guess I'll have to fix that later. Oh, that's gonna be a hard landing. Okay, please stop. Thank you. Oh, and the landing gear are steering in the wrong direction because they're upside down. Very nice. Okay, let's just orient ourselves into the correct direction. Let's also probably retract these since we don't need them. Oh, but then when I click gear, they're gonna extend, so that's gonna be annoying. Okay, I guess let me leave this open. Okay, that's a little suboptimal. Just push myself back on my wheels. There we go. Okay, I might have to have these extended actually. Yeah, I'll probably have these extended, whatever. Okay, let's see if our V1 works. Probably not. I don't think we have enough delta V, but I'll try it out. I'm also not sure if we're ascending in the correct direction, but whatever. Should be fine. But yeah, this is basically the general vibe of what I'm going for. Actually, let me turn on Resource Manager. I feel like KSP staging might be lying to me. Yep, it's lying to me. It didn't tell me to stage when I should have. So I guess I'll have to keep track of staging manually, which really sucks. I feel like this is a super annoying part of KSP, that staging doesn't display when you actually need to stage. You literally need to look at it manually. Okay, that was... Okay, so I guess this fuel tank is a little bit too close since it didn't stage properly. Also, it looks like we might have a little bit of a phantom force issue since the craft wants to be rolling to the right for no specific reason. Yeah, we definitely have a bit of an issue with our staging. Now, we do want to be ascending as vertically as possible, since what we're trying to do with the first stage is just get as high as humanly possible. The altitude that we're trying to get to is approximately 20 kilometers ideally. Oh wow, these are... Okay, so I guess the stage doesn't want to leave. That's what I was a bit worried about it, since we have them slightly clipped into each other. I was worried that they might not separate properly, and I guess they haven't. Okay, let's see how high we can get with the with a failed stage. But honestly, this isn't going too bad. I expected this to be a little worse than it is. Okay, so we got to 10 kilometers. Oh, now they separate, of course. Okay. I wonder if this could be fixed by adding some separatrons. Probably could. Let's see. Now, probably will separate these out a little bit. It's gonna make our thrust more offset, but I don't think there's much I can do about it, realistically. Should probably test how much drag a separatron adds though, since it's not gonna be super great for aerodynamics, I imagine. So we probably want it to be sort of like this. Man, I wish I could see what I'm doing though. Okay, so this is this one. Add a separatron to here. This one, the lowest stage doesn't need a separatron, only the higher stages do, I think. So we place them like this. Now I'm clipping them in purely for for aesthetics. The drag doesn't actually change at all. It's just a visual thing. It provides... Oh wait, why are these linked? It doesn't look legit. Yeah, man, I wish I had a spare GPU. In this market, ain't no way I'm buying a second one. But yeah, it's definitely something you can do. Okay, I think I messed something up. Yep. Messed up the staging of separatrons a little bit. We honestly got pretty high though. I think this might work. Okay, so something like this. Oh, our wing is still a little too far from our fuselage. So something like this. Probably gonna make it a little bit bigger. We could probably use a bigger wing anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal. Let's see. Center of mass looks good. Also gonna make the rudder bigger since I don't think it was big enough. Not by a lot, but I think it was still a little bit too small. Where's tip angle? There we go. Okay, so something like this. Okay, let's see if we can actually land on the surface somewhere instead of having to do a like legit landing. I have unbreakable joints on, so it shouldn't just kill us. Oh wow, never mind. I guess it will kill us. Even with unbreakable joints. Interesting. Okay, so I guess we need to do a legit landing every time we want to test. It's a little lame, but I guess it is what it is. I'm pretty surprised that 2 or 4 vectors are roughly enough. I expected to need more thrust. Okay, can we actually pitch down? No, we can't. We're gonna use a little bit of engine power. Okay, so if we get into a stall, this thing is literally impossible to recover, so that's good to know. It has both too much and too little elevator authority, it seems. It does seem to fly a bit nicer with an increased wing. Now, the lower FPS on Eve might be because I'm teleporting and the game has to load all the textures instantly. Or it might be that this save just got kind of fucked up since I've been using it for quite a while now. Basically, I'll make dedicated save files for testing out craft. Oh, actually, let me toggle no crash damage real quick. Yeah, the reason why I make new save files for like testing out builds is so that I actually get better FPS. Oh, I forgot to fix the landing gear. That's gonna be a little bit annoying, but I guess whatever. Okay, resource manager. I have to have this on. We probably turn these off. Oh yeah, I'll need to manually retract them, I guess. Okay, let's see. Ah, fuck. Okay, we lost the swerve. Well, I think let's... nah, no point in doing the run anymore. Okay, so I guess we do need the rear landing legs. Well, that's unfortunate. Actually, I wonder if having some sort of dedicated engines just to get us off the ground would be more efficient, just like a VTOL takeoff from Eve. It would probably require a ridiculous amount of engines, but honestly, it might be more efficient. It would also look really cool, so I'll have to test it out. I'd probably... Nah, I think I need like 6 vectors to do a VTOL takeoff. So it's probably not gonna happen. Maybe just like a couple of boosters to help us off the ground a little bit faster. Not necessarily to do a full-on VTOL takeoff. Oh, and I forgot. Okay guys, somebody needs to remind me to fix the landing legs next time I'm in the VAB. Okay, no crash damage, please work. Okay, this landing was much nicer. Okay, let's see, make sure that infinite fuel is off. Yep. Let's get resource manager on. Okay, Oh fuck, I staged. Okay. I wanted to start the vectors by staging, but I forgot that I already started them. To kind of get out of a flat spin, I just ditched one of my fuel tanks. Oh man. So, the Swerve is substantially better than the old Nerf for many reasons. First off, the Swerve, like the most obvious reason is the fact that the Swerve has ridiculous thrust compared to the old Nerf. Also, the hydrogen is much lighter, as you say, so your craft is also a lot lighter for the same amount of like thrust and weight. But the most important part is the fact that the Swerve actually has ridiculous ISP. I think its ISP is like 1450 and the Nerve was only 900. ISP basically determines how efficient the engine is, and the new Swerve is ridiculously efficient. We're also gonna get even better engines in the future, so the Swerve is only the beginning of like ridiculous technologies that we're gonna get. But yeah, there's a reason why the Swerve is literally in every single video and on every single build you see. It's just insane. I imagine it's gonna be ridiculously expensive or super high in the tech tree once Science comes out. Honestly, Science mode in KSP2 is gonna be pretty interesting. So, I forgot the landing gears again. Okay, so according to the developers, they said that Science is gonna be a little bit different in KSP2 to KSP1. In KSP1, basically what you could do is just slam a bunch of sensors on your craft. Like, you could easily have every single sensor possible on your craft without that many issues. In KSP2, according to the devs, what they're going to be doing is they're going to be making most of the Science equipment a lot larger and a lot more bulky, which is going to make it both a bit more difficult to gather Science, but it's also going to make it so that you actually have to build specific craft for lifting like the Science stuff into orbit, lifting Science stuff to where it needs to go, which personally I think is going to be really cool. I feel like in KSP1 it was a little bit too easy to slap literally every single Science module onto the same craft. So this gets me a little bit more excited for Science in KSP2. Also in KSP1 you could basically cheese Science. What you could do is you could have the, what's it called? Also nice that actually staged properly now. What you could do is you could get one of those, what are they called, like Science labs? You could get one of those Science labs and you could basically unlock the entire tech tree with a single launch. Once you unlock the Science lab, you just send it to, for example, Naman, Minimus, and Duna. You gather a ridiculous amount of Science, you process the Science, and you have literally everything unlocked. Okay, so that wasn't enough, I guess. Ooh, what's going on? Why are we rotating? It's a little suboptimal. Okay, let's see if we can actually stage now. Yep, we staged, okay. Okay, so staging is a lot better now. The offset thrust is a bit of an issue. As you guys can see, the engines want to rotate us down, which is definitely not what we want. We will see how it goes, though. Yeah, I think I have a Phantom Force issue, actually. I have a lot of side slip. Is there a rudder Wait, is there a rudder crooked? Can't tell. Okay, so a rudder is trying to function, but it's not. I think we have a Phantom Force issue. Damn. Might have to rebuild this whole thing. Okay, let's test it out on Carbon. Because I'm pretty sure we have a Phantom Force issue, but it's a little hard to tell on Eve. It might be that we just don't have enough stabilization. But we got pretty far. I think one more stage, and this is gonna be This is gonna be good. I'm pretty sure we can get 20 carbles to Eve without that many issues. Probably even more, but I think 20 is enough for this time. Also, I think the game might have crashed. I hope I saved. Yep, the game crashed. Nice. Okay, let me reload real quick. And we are back. Can you guys see the game? Oh no, the save is on Eve. That really sucks. Because this basically dumpsters the save file. Guess I'm gonna have a craft now out in the world. Oh man, that really sucks. Okay, I guess I have to make a new save file. Oh, actually, since we're on the surface, I guess I'll do another test run. Try a different ascent profile this time. Try and carry a bit more speed, see if that works. I haven't done many Eve spaceplanes or SSTOs, so I'm not entirely sure what kind of ascent is best. I have done yeah, the Phantom Force. Man, this really sucks. I wonder if I go into advanced and disable the roll axis on these, is it gonna help? I think it might, but we'll see. In theory, a less aggressive ascent profile is probably gonna be worse, but I don't know, maybe it's gonna be better. Since Eve has a ridiculously thick atmosphere where we can't really go that fast or we run into insane drag. So I assume going as vertical as possible is best, but I don't know. Let's try 45 degrees. Actually, I think disabling roll axis on the vectors might have done it. Might have gotten rid of our Phantom Force issue. Let's see. Actually, it might have been it. I think SAS was just kind of freaking out. No, we still have a lot of slide slip. That sucks. So typically yes, but we are on a space plane, which makes things a little bit different. Sometimes a different ascent profile might be more efficient. It's hard to tell. Okay, let's go make a new save file since this one is basically gone now. Since we have a craft out in space. Actually, can I even revert? Yes, I can, thank God. Okay, Aero GUI is still on, cool. Okay, we copy this. We go make a new save file. Man, I got like 25 different save files by now. Like, look at this, guys. I have so many save files. Sometimes when I have a specific craft that I want to do, let me just name this. Eve Space Plane. sometimes when I have a specific craft that I previously built that I want to like test out or I want to use for footage, I'll spend like 10 to 15 minutes just like going through every save file in my saves and looking for it. It's so annoying that we have to make new save files for every mission. Now granted, this has actually gotten better with the latest update. Basically, if you have a craft out in the world, it's not gonna mess your FPS nearly as much as it did before, but it still messes things up, so... Okay, so wait, which one do we stage first? We staged this one first, right? Yep, so we want the legs to be on here. Something like this, I reckon. Auto suspension? No thank you. Man, I wish there was a way to just disable auto suspension. Like, make the preset not auto suspension, but just everything maxed out. That would be so much nicer. It really sucks to have to go into every single wheel every single time and have to mess with it manually. Okay, so we're... Actually, before we add any more staging, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add an additional Separatron on this, I reckon. Since one set of it was clearly not enough. Yeah, we do something like this. Oh, wait, where did it go? Oh, I think it actually put it in the, Yo, it actually put the Separatron in the correct stage on its own. That's pretty cool. I've never had that happen to me. Hopefully, this is a sign for what's to come, where KSP will actually assume correctly which stage you want stuff to go into. That would be really nice. Okay, so where do we put more staging on? Now, I do want to make this thing look decent. At the moment, it's a little weird looking. But I don't know if there's really a way around it, honestly. Unfortunately. Now, I wonder if I could put a set over the wing. Let's see. Let's try. It's probably not gonna work, but I feel like it's worth a shot. Might mess a little bit with our center of mass, but whatever. Okay, so how do I want this? What I probably want is for this fuel tank to go here. Can it phase through stuff? Literally no idea. Okay, so we want this to go here and this to go here. And now we need some Separatrons to push this thing out of the way. Literally no idea if this is gonna work. But I guess we'll find out shortly. Oh, I actually put these upside down. Whoops. We want them firing down. We want them to cook the wing. Yep. Okay. Now, where's the stage? The stage goes here. or these separatrons go here, and the stage itself, let's see, these decouple, then these, then this. Okay, so we want it to go here. Let's see. Okay, we fire up the vectors, separate this, separate this, separate this, separate this. Okay, looks good. Literally no idea if this is gonna work. I don't think so, but I feel like it's worth a shot. Man, this thing looks low-key like a bomber instead of a commercial flight. Oh, I actually also need some struts. Forgot about that. Can probably get away with only using 2 struts for this one, I reckon. Or two struts per side, I mean. Not sure, but I think we can. I also want to add a couple more engines, since I highly doubt that this is going to be enough now. We could barely take off as it was. Okay, so what we do is something like this. Now the aerospikes are extremely good for Eve because the aerospikes are extremely efficient for the atmospheric stage of the flight. Vector has 285 ISP and the aerospike has 300, which I think is the highest of any engine for the atmospheric stage. However, of course, the aerospike doesn't have thrust vectoring, which is a bit of an issue. But since we have 2 vectors, it's not that big of an issue for us. Also, we do need to go into the vector and disable roll axis on these. Fairing enable? What fairing? So apparently there's a fairing on the lower vector. Okay, looks good, looks good. Let's see. Oh wow. The fuck happened? I mean, there's definitely going to be engines that are going to be better than our current ones. When you think about future planets, there is going to be a planet that's going to be basically a super Earth, even more massive than Eve. So there's definitely going to be future engines that are going to make missions like Eve easier, I would imagine. I'm sure they will eventually introduce something like that. However, for now, the devs really need to focus on fixing the game rather than new content. Oh, can we actually pitch down? No, we can't. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of cheating real quick. There we go. I mean, we're literally spawning on Eve, so a little bit more cheating for landing here isn't gonna make that big of a difference. Okay, this is not good landing on a downhill. But I guess it's gonna be fine for testing. It's really lame, but yeah. Whatever. Rip. Now, does anybody know which direction do we need to ascend on Eve to actually, like, which bearing do we need to ascend on Eve? I literally almost always get the ascent wrong, and ascent against Eve's gravity, or against any planetary's body gravity. So if anybody can let me know in which bearing we need to ascend at, that would be very nice. is pretty bad, actually. Getting 15 frames with the engines running. I feel like we might have a lot more drag now, although that might just be because I ran the engines for a bit less. Okay, this is not really a great place to land for us, so let's do something. Let's try and do a different spot. Yeah, this looks a bit more promising. Now, once we actually land, when we do the mission, we do want to find a place on Eve that's relatively high. So obviously the higher you go from sea level, the lesser the atmospheric density is going to be, and the easier it's going to be for us to actually take off. So we definitely want to find a place that's decently high for us to land. Okay, I probably should have burned the engines for a bit more, since I feel like we're coming in a bit too shallow now. Actually, let me just do that real quick. We're also kind of in the dark here, but I guess it's not the worst thing ever. Man, I feel like this thing looks pretty goofy. What do you guys think? What do you think of the looks? So we're probably dying here. I'm probably gonna time warp after this landing, so we are actually landing on the light side, so we can see what the fuck is going on. Just gonna land by instruments now. Okay, so something broke off, but hopefully it wasn't. Okay, so our front landing gear broke off. It's pretty bad. Yeah, let's see if we can salvage this. Please bitch up. Okay, I guess we didn't need our front landing gear. Let's go. Okay, it was a horrendous takeoff, but whatever. Just open up Resource Manager. Alright, let's go. Let's see. Let's see how this goes. Which way is east though? Which bearing is east? Okay, now for this stage, I'm pretty curious if it's gonna work. I don't think so. I think it's gonna hit something, but we'll see. Let's try it out. Oh, we're still getting a lot of side slip. That's really lame. Oh, it actually worked. Nice. Nice, nice. I think we just need a much more massive rudder, actually. This one isn't cutting it. I mean, if SAS worked properly, this would be enough. Since with a little bit of like manual finagling, it does work. but yeah, it's pretty dumb. Also, yeah, I think this would technically make it out. Realistically, it would be best to get to about 20 kilometers of altitude with these chemical stages, but approximately 16-17 kilometers is also enough for the swerve to start operating decently, and I believe we got it. Oh, please don't. Okay. Now, here's the reason why I didn't activate the swerve instantly. Our ISP would be extremely low, close to the surface, so we'd be wasting a lot of hydrogen. As you guys can see, as we climb, our ISP and thrust are increasing very, very rapidly. Man, this side slip is horrible, though. I wonder if I have some sort of a SAS bug where the cockpit's reaction wheels are trying to force the aircraft into a different direction than what I'm going. Oh, I forgot the nose cone. I either forgot it or one of our stages knocked it off. Probably just forgot it. I feel like I forget the nose cone a lot. Yep, this thing is definitely gonna make it out of Eve. Let's just see how much Delta V it has once it actually makes it out. Yeah, I think I have some sort of a SAS bug. Since whenever I try to adjust my bearing a little bit, the craft starts to float. Or drift rather, not float. So something is definitely messed up. Honestly, I think this is actually good. We just need to refine our staging a little bit and figure out what's wrong with SAS, and we're probably good to go. Actually, maybe not. Maybe I'll spend a bit of time to fine-tune how this thing looks, since I'm not super happy with the looks right now. Let's see where we're at first. Still got a lot of drag, so probably want to go vertical. Although our swerve is operating at its maximum efficiency, so it doesn't matter that much per se. We also need to keep in mind that Kerbals actually weigh, like Kerbals have weight. Each Kerbal is approximately 100 kilos, so once we pack 20 Kerbals in here, we're going to be adding 2 tons to our craft, which is actually going to be a not insignificant amount. I see. Okay, so I'm literally going the exact opposite direction then, as always. So in theory, we should have even more Delta V than we're gonna have now then. Yeah, I'm just launching in an absolutely random direction. I think I'm gonna have to add a second rudder, like 2 rudders side by side, I reckon. I think Eve's atmosphere is 90 kilometers, right? Oh, actually, we might be a little bit low on Delta V. We'll see. Unfortunately, I can't go into time warp during this process, since if I'll go into time warp, the craft is just gonna start wiggling all over the place and we're gonna lose a ridiculous amount of delta V, so I just have to do this in real time. Obviously not an issue for the video, but a little bit lame for the stream, I imagine. But we do need to check how much delta V we have in orbit, so there's no real way around it. Oh, so I'm actually pretty close. Going in 135, so yeah, I guess I'm going in the correct orientation. We'll see. But yeah, I literally always get this wrong. I always go in the wrong direction. I wish there was some sort of an indication in the game itself that showed you which side the planet is rotating in. So I feel like it's really hard to tell, at least from the surface. From orbit, you can just go into time warp and figure it out, but I mean, I guess you can do it from the surface as well. Just really annoying. And I think we might have enough delta V. I'm not entirely sure how much we need to make it back from Eve to Kerbin. I think it's around 3,000, but I'm not 100% sure on that. We'll check. Okay, go prograde, please. Thank you. Yeah, we definitely have a SAS bug. Look at what's going on, guys. Thing is just wiggling out of control randomly, which indicates the SAS bug. Probably have to. I really hope I don't have to rebuild the entire thing. Basically, one part on the craft is bugged, and it's causing issues for us. Also, the craft is rolling in a different direction. Yeah, the craft is rolling in a different direction than what I'm telling it to. Actually, I think the controls might... Yeah, the controls are scrambled. Fuck. Yaw and roll are basically mixed up for SAS. It really sucks. Okay, cool, KSP, cool. So we don't need a bigger stabilizer, so that's good at least. Let's just circularize real quick. Okay, we got orbit with 3k delta V. See how much we need to get our apoapsis up to Kerbin. Yeah, we got plenty of delta V. Yep, we got plenty of delta V. Could honestly even reduce our hydrogen tanks, maybe? I feel like we have too much hydrogen. We only need about 2,000, probably not even 2,000. Let's actually check. We need only 1.5k of delta V once we actually ascend past the atmosphere. Huh. So we could get rid of one of the hydrogen tanks in theory. Can we though? Not entirely sure. Okay, I think I'm gonna build a V2 with one less hydrogen tank. Now, it would be a lot easier just to remove the hydrogen tank, of course, but since we have a lot of considerations for center of mass, center of thrust, etc., etc., I'll just have to rebuild. I'll have to make a completely new build. Actually, I wonder what's causing the SAS issue. Hopefully our V2 is not gonna suffer from the same SAS bullshit. Okay, so it looks a lot nicer in terms of portions already. Since we'll also be lugging a lot less hydrogen, I think each of these tanks is 8 tons? Yeah, since we're gonna be lugging a lot less hydrogen, this also means that we won't need as many chemical stages. And of course, this also means that our actual carbon stage is gonna be a lot smaller as well, which is gonna be very nice. Our carbon stage is gonna be pretty massive, I imagine. Actually, I'm gonna use the small wings. Now, of course, I could strap this. Also, let me know if the music is a little bit too loud. I feel like it got pretty loud right now. But that could just be for me. So, I of course could just strap this thing to a rocket and make it into a shuttle. But I feel like making this a full-on spaceplane would be a little bit cooler, so that's what I'm gonna do. And we're gonna be using jets for our first stage on Kerbin. Very similar to what I did in the Moho video, just we won't be lugging the jets all the way to space, we're gonna be getting rid of them a lot sooner. Okay, so something like this. Oh, actually? Okay, where's the center of mass? Nah. What I wanted to do is use elevons at the front and push the wing to the back, since then it would look a little bit cooler, but we need to stack all of our stages on the center of mass, and our center of mass is basically in the middle. So that wouldn't work, unfortunately. And we add some control surface on here. Thickness going to be 0. Yep, looks good. Okay, so this is going to be the base design. We're going to be going for a very similar vibe to our last one. Basically vector stages on the wings. Probably smaller stages though. Since we're carrying considerably less weight, I don't think we need as much fuel and as much engines. So we can probably avoid using the aero spikes altogether. Okay, I'm gonna actually angle the wing a little bit, because it's gonna look a lot cooler then. It's not really efficient to do here, but whatever. It's gonna look cooler, and that's what matters here. Okay, actually what I'm gonna do first is I'll add the stages under the wings first, since that's gonna determine our wing length. Oh, I see. I would have imagined that it would be more, but yeah, it could be, honestly. Since Eve is Eve, I've obviously not done that many Eve missions, so I honestly wouldn't know. Each Eve mission takes like 50 years to do, so you can't really do that many of them, you know. Actually, since we know that we can actually put stuff on the wing, I wonder if I could do something like this. Oh no, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay, let's see if we can make this thing look actually cool. So I'm pretty sure the wing thickness is... yeah, I didn't adjust the thickness. Okay, so we got something like this. Then we're gonna need another stage on the wing. Oh yeah, the wing is gonna need to be longer. Ain't no way that I can fit 3 stages on here. Span, yeah, probably about this length. Now I think I will need to move the wing slightly upwards. Actually, I wonder if I could just do one stage below and one stage above, and would that be enough? Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that. I think it's gonna look really cool if I can pull it off. Span is gonna be lower. We're also gonna take this and we're gonna put it on the top. I think it's gonna look much better if I can do it. If I'm allowed to, so to say. Okay. Okay, this time I'm gonna just attach it to the wing for making it a little bit easier on myself. It's not efficient, but I think it's gonna be fine with struts. Oh, actually, I wonder if it would look cooler if it was a little bit outside of the wing, like on this decoupler like this, instead of touching the wing. What do you guys think? I don't know if I don't know if you guys understood my meaning, but yeah, let me know. Let me know what you guys think. I wonder if I could do it with just one vector and arrow spikes on these, actually. Okay, let's see where our thrust is. A little bit too high. Probably need to move this down a little bit like this. Then we rotate this up. What do you guys think? Does it look cooler with the external vector touching the wing or not touching the wing? Honestly, I'm not really sure. Oh fuck. Okay, I messed this up a little bit. Actually, no, it's fine. I can just fix it manually. Oh, actually, if it goes a bit like this, maybe a little angled, it could look pretty cool. No, I can't make it angled, then it's gonna mess with the other engines. I feel like leaving a bit of a gap is gonna look a little bit cooler, honestly. I'm gonna put some arrow spikes on here. Should look pretty nice. We're also gonna move the elevator up a little bit, so it's in line with the actual wing. Oh, I've kind of messed this up. Should have done with the magnet, but whatever, not a big deal. Just gonna quick save this real quick, since game is really prone to crashing now, so we probably want to save a little bit more often than we think we do. Oh, I think this is actually a little bit offset. Oh man, it is. This really sucks. Okay, I guess I'll try and rebuild it. Maybe that's gonna help. Let's see. Oh, is it? Is it the stream or is it the game though? I don't have anything open that should make it laggy. See, I'll just turn everything off in my browser. Maybe that's gonna help a little bit. Okay, so let me know if it helped. I tried, basically turned everything off that isn't KSP or stream. I don't think I had this issue before, so I don't know. This might just be some sort of a weird internet issue that I'm having currently. Hard to say. Alright, good to hear. Let me know if it starts lagging again. I'll try to do something about it. But yeah, guys, how's your weekend going? How are things for you? Yeah, it's still fucked up. I need to attach it to the frame of the craft and not the wing. Now, unfortunately, I think this video is going to take a little bit longer than usual, since I have exams coming up for college, and also have a decently sized job coming up. Well, I do freelance, basically, freelance mechanical engineering, and I have a slightly bigger project coming up, so I think it will take me a little bit longer than usual to get this video out. Now, of course, I could just rush it and deliver something pretty mid, but honestly I'd much rather just focus on quality rather than getting videos out. So we'll see. I expect this one to take maybe 2 weeks, I don't know. We'll see. I'll try to get it out on the next weekend, but yeah, I can't really promise anything, unfortunately. Okay, what is happening with this thing? Actually, the wing might be a bit too small now. Not entirely sure. I guess we'll see. I mean, if I can get away with a wing this small, then that would be very nice, but who knows. Okay, I think that what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna test if SAS is fucked up. Let's see. The easiest way to do it is... Wow, the wobble is real. Okay, I guess I need to strut things first before I can test it out. So basically, the way you can test out if your SAS is messed up is if you have lazy orbit, you just teleport to orbit and then try pitch, roll, yaw, and see if anything is wrong. Honestly, I should have probably done it a lot sooner, but it is what it is now. This design might require a bit more struts than the last one. Hopefully not, but it might. Since we can't brace each individual fuel tank on another one, since they're not stacked as tightly. Okay, this should be okay in terms of struts. Okay, lazy orbit. Give me Kerbin. Boom, boom. Of course, we spawn on the dark side, as per usual. Okay, let's see. Pitch is fine. Is roll fine? Can't really tell because it's really slow to roll. No, I think roll is messed up. This really sucks. Okay. Yup, it's all messed up. Okay, so something is messing with this build. Not really sure what though. Nothing really stands out. It's probably the decouplers. Having decouplers in symmetry seems to mess with things, so let's just quick save and try to remove all of them. This is probably gonna fix the issue, but of course we do need the staging, so I'll need to figure something out. Let's see. I think it's still fucked up, actually. It's still messed up. Okay, so it's not the staging, it seems. Maybe I need to rotate the craft in the other direction, in the VAB. It might help. Actually, I wonder if I click it so that it's facing vertical, like the little icon that lets you select whether you want to go into vertical or horizontal building. Let's see if I do vertical, if it fixes the issue. Now, I wish you could just rebind stuff, so you could tell SAS that roll is now pitch, or yaw is now roll. This would fix this issue very quickly. But instead I gotta mess around and try and troubleshoot it manually. For me currently, this is by far the most annoying bug, since there's no real way to tell when you're gonna get it. And it takes a really long time to troubleshoot, so it's extremely annoying. Okay, what if I just rotate this thing like this? Let's see. No, it's still messed up. Okay, what do? What if I make... okay, I can't replace the assembly anchor. Very cool. Okay, what if I do this? I'll just replace the cockpit and see if it helps. Probably doesn't, but it's probably worth a shot. Let's see. No, still messed up. Very cool. Very cool, KSP. So does anybody have an idea what causes this bug? I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be different things that fix it every time. Okay, let's start from scratch real quick. Payload. Fuel tank. And engine. Okay, so this should be fine, right? This was a super basic build, so it should be super fine. No, it's still messed up. Wait, is it messed up? Let's see. Yep, it's messed up. Okay, so something is... I'm not really sure what's going on here, honestly. Even the new build is messed up for some reason. Maybe it's this piece that's messing things up? Let's see. What if I rotate it around? Does that help? I mean, it really shouldn't, but... it might. I'm pretty sure that is the crew cabin that's messing things up. No? Still messed up. Is the Mark III cockpit just cursed now in this patch? Okay, let's try and replace the Mark III. Maybe the Mark III is just cursed. No, it's not the Mark III. Okay, so it literally has to be the crew cabin then. Something with the crew cabin is messing with SAS. Oh, whoops, I didn't want to delete everything, but it's fine. It's a super basic build. Okay, let's just do the cockpit itself. Let's see if it's messing up. If the cockpit itself is messing up, then I'm gonna try and restart the game and see if that helps. Yeah, the cockpit itself is messing up. Interesting. Do be KSP2, yeah. The average KSP2 experience right here. Okay, I think I need to restart the game. Let's just get this build back. Okay, I'm gonna restart the game and see if it fixes it. Sometimes, for some reason, it fixes SAS issues when you restart the game. It makes literally 0 sense, but I mean, what do I know? Also, let me know if you guys can see the game. Sometimes after restarting the game, OBS won't capture it, so let me know. So go into borderless so that I can see chat. I mean, I'll figure it out. It's just a matter of whether I'll have to spend like 20 minutes figuring it out or like 5 hours. I mean, starting a new campaign is not an issue for me. I literally start a new campaign for every single mission. So it's not really a big deal for me. But yeah, it's just really annoying. Usually when you restart the game, it fixes it. Or well, not usually, sometimes it fixes it. Other times it's a different issue. But considering a one-part craft is still bugged, I don't think it's an issue with this craft specifically, I think it's an issue with the game. Yeah, I think it fixed it. I think restarting the game fixed it. Yep, let's go. Okay, restarting the game fixed the issue, so that's good. That saved us a lot of time. We can actually get along with our build now. So yeah, if you get the issue, the first thing I'd suggest you try is just restart the game. Let's see. Ooh, our center of lift is not in a healthy place right now. Let's see. Let's move this a little forward. Let's move this a little forward. Actually, let's move both of these forward a little bit more. Yep, looks good. Oh, is there no... Ah, shit. Okay, give me a second. Yeah, give me a second, guys. Something in OBS messed up. Kerbal Space Program. Okay. OBS, hello? Okay, I guess I'm restarting the game again. Give me a sec, guys. Okay, OBS, please pick it up. Please pick it up, OBS. Okay, that didn't help. Have to give me a sec, guys. Okay, I'm not really sure what's going on here. Game capture. What the fuck are you doing, OBS? Now, I really don't want to restart the stream if I can help it, but I might have to. Okay, I guess I'm just gonna do display capture. I had the game set up, so... Oh, actually, you guys are gonna see the text then. Oh, that really sucks. Let's see if I can actually do it properly then. Actually, I'm gonna just let you guys see, so we got something on screen while I'm doing this. Add a new source, add source, mode, capture any full screen, capture specific window, Kerbal Space Program. Okay, guys, I'm sorry, I can't help it. You guys are just gonna have to see this chat now, I think. I don't think there's a way around it. Since OBS straight up does not want to capture KSP anymore, it just sees it as a black screen for some reason. So that's kind of annoying. But I guess you guys are gonna see the game from my perspective with the chat on, so I guess that's something. Actually, let me see. It shouldn't be this dumb. What if I make it a window? Will it see it then? No. Settings, graphics, full screen. No. Yeah, there's no way around it. I don't know how to fix it. If anybody knows how to fix this, do let me know and I'll give it a shot. But for now, I guess we'll just have to see this chat on here. But yeah, anyway, let's get back to this thing. So now that our SAS issue is fixed, let's add some wheels. I don't think we have quite enough staging yet, but that's pretty easy to fix. But firstly, we're gonna build this thing. Now I'm gonna go with a very similar wheel approach. I'll have main wheels here, and I'll have some tiny wheels at the back for for both as like strike protection and for landing back at the KSC once our mission is done. Now, is this the best approach? Probably not, but it works, so whatever. Also, I'm not that worried about the landing at the KSC since the craft is gonna be very light by the time we land, so it really shouldn't be an issue. Also, technically, even if we do lose the swerve when landing at the KSC, it doesn't really matter, since we're not going to be using it anymore. Although I guess it would be pretty lame to damage the craft at the very end of the mission. And I can probably pull it off. I feel like I'm pretty decent at landings. So, I did play a lot of War Thunder in the past, and I do have some flight simulator experience, so I feel like that allows me to fly slightly more jank builds. So I can build stuff a little bit more for looks and not worry as much about how it flies, since I usually can manage. Okay, where are we at? It's 116 tons. Okay, so I want to do one more stage somewhere. probably on the bottom of the craft. What I'll probably do is just do one long stage at the bottom. Instead of several small ones on the wings. It's probably gonna look a little bit nicer. Oh, if I can, actually. I'm not sure if I can. I guess we'll see. This is gonna... No, I don't think I can. I think it's gonna strike the ground. On, like, if we run into literally any bump, it's gonna be... It's just gonna die. Okay, so I guess I'm gonna do a couple of stages off to the side like this, probably. See, this is honestly the main issue of doing an EVE spaceplane. It's really hard to fit all of the staging, since you're working with a very limited space, and you also need to consider where your center of mass is. So clearly I have a lot of space here, I got a lot of space here, but I can't put anything here, since that's going to offset our center of mass and make the craft very unstable. Oh, this is actually going into our landing legs, which is not really optimal. Okay, this should work. Also, I can probably put small landing legs on this very bottom stage and then save a bit on weight. Yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. I think this is a pretty solid plan. Let me just put some structure on here real quick. Or some struts. In struts we trust. The KSP2 motto. KSP1 motto was in thrust we trust. KSP2 motto is in struts we trust. Oh, this is really low actually. Good morning, man. I wouldn't say too late. I think the stream has only been going on for like an hour and a half, so you definitely made it in time to see some interesting stuff happen. Okay, I'll move this out. Our center of mass. Looks good. Let's go into ground. Let's try and use these legs, I reckon. We don't really need big legs. We just need legs. Yeah, I think this looks pretty legit. In terms of landing legs. Maybe move this a little bit higher. Yep, should be fine. Okay, max suspension, please no steering. I'm not a huge fan of how this looks, but I feel like it's not too bad. Also, I'm not sure if we have enough thrust, but I guess we'll find out. We honestly probably don't, although we're a lot lighter than last time. I mean, they are landing legs, so... Oh, they're landing gears, yeah, you're right, never mind. You are right, my dude. Okay, so I reckon the staging goes like this. We drop this one first, then we drop this one. Then we drop this one, and then we drop this one. Okay. Now sequencing this one. Okay, that's good. That's good. Oh wow, our staging is... Oh, it's not correct. It's actually almost correct, so not too far off. We're gonna need some separatrons. I don't think we need separatrons for this one. I think we only need separatrons for the top stage. these are not really correctly angled, but I guess I can fix that now. Or fix that manually, I mean. Well, we will be using actual jet engines later on. For now, what I'm doing is I'm just building up the Eve stage. And once we have that all worked out, I'll do the Kerbin atmospheric stage later. Oh yeah, man, jets have absolutely ridiculous efficiency, but unfortunately we can't use them on Eve. I will be using them for Kerbin, but yeah, I'm just working out the Eve stage for now. Yeah, I'm basically building it in reverse. The most critical stage of the flight is going to be Eve itself. So what I'm doing is I'm building a craft that can actually get out of Eve, and then I'll build everything else around it later. Since this is basically like the critical part of our build. Yeah, this is not gonna be an SSTO by any definition, so no way of really calling it that. I feel like the Moho one was an SSTO. I mean, it did have staging, but it took off both from Kerbin and from Moho in a single stage, so it did single stage to orbit twice, so I don't know, I feel like it do be an SSTO that time. I did think about it for a very long time on whether I want to call it that, but yeah, eventually I ended up calling it an SSTO. Honestly, I'm not sure which theme is playing, might be Eve's. I basically just put on a massive KSP2 song playlist, so I don't really know which song is playing at any given time. Okay, this is pitch. Yeah, so the back wheels, they don't really need to touch the ground. The back wheels are going to be only for the Kerbin landing, and they're kind of a safeguard against striking the swerve on landings. So, okay, so I'll respond to the dual surface in a bit. But refueling, yeah, you can refuel. All you need to do is you need to put a docking port on your craft and you can refuel. However, there's no mining or refining yet in the game, so you need to send fuel to be able to use it. There's like no way of actually... Oh wow, that's wobbly. Why is it so wobbly? Probably gonna be fine. But yeah, there's no way of making your own fuel, unfortunately. So you would have to send it to... Oh, I landed at Kerbin. That's not where I wanted to go. I want to go to Eve. In terms of a Joule SSTO, I do think that landing on Joule and taking back off with a spaceplane is possible. Like, I have figured out a way to possibly do it, but I'm not sure if it's possible. I could move them back, but I feel like they would look a little bit... Oh, I'm in alternate control mode again. Nice. Oh, I wonder if the alternate control mode is the issue. Oh, this is so wobbly. Oh. Okay, I'll need to brace this thing with... Okay, the wing itself is actually wobbling a lot. Can you guys see this? The wing is the part that's actually wobbling. Man, that's so lame. But whatever. I'll fix it later. Okay, so the reason why I have this landing gear a little bit more forward than I probably would want it is because I feel like it would look a little lame if it was attached to this scaffolding. I'd rather have it be a little bit further front. I mean, it's a purely visual choice. Okay, so we do seem to have ample lift, so I don't think we need a bigger wing, so that's good. We do need to fix the wing from flopping about, though. Oh, and the front landing gear is backwards. Very nice. This was not an optimal landing, but it's fine. The wobbling is probably gonna mess us up pretty bad. Yeah, man, time travel. Nah, I just teleported to Eve. Basically, for this stage, I'm not actually doing the mission. I'm just trying to refine my Eve ascent plane. So I'm just teleporting to Eve for now to make it substantially faster. Just for the testing phase. Yeah, man, auto strut is definitely something I'm very much looking forward to. It's not that big of a deal for rockets that auto strut is not in the game, but for SSTOs and spaceplanes, it's a huge hassle to have to strut everything manually. Not to mention that it also adds a ridiculous amount of... Oh, I'm ascending in the wrong direction? Eh, whatever. Not to mention that it also adds a ridiculous amount of drag. Like, struts actually add a lot of drag. Okay, that's a bit of an issue. Something blew off, so I guess we need separate shrons for the very first stage. Oh man, I wish. I hope it's sometime soon, because not having auto struts really sucks, but there's no confirmed date, unfortunately. Okay, let's see. Our next stage has separate shrons on it. It's a little fishy whether it's gonna work. So let's see. Oh, please. Yeah, it kind of worked. It did scrape a little bit, but nothing blew off, so I'd say that was a successful staging. I mean, yeah, KSP should be playable without being modded, but... And it technically is? But would I suggest playing KSP2 without mods? Hell no. Okay, so basically whenever we go into normal control mode, our SAS just gets messed up. That's the issue. And for some reason, the game assumes that I want to spawn in and... Yeah, look at this shit, guys. Basically, if I don't go into docking mode, I'm gonna have a lot of SAS issues. That's so annoying, holy shit. Yeah, I wish there was a mod that would just... Yeah. I mean, you can kind of modify the game files and increase joint rigidity a lot, which definitely helps with the wobbly rockets, but it's not a fix. So the Kerbal is actually in here, just for some reason it's showing us the empty crew cab. Also, we don't have enough Delta V. We need to add a little bit more oxidizer, or not oxidizer, a little bit more liquid fuel. Okay, so where do we fit additional staging? Okay, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm going to delete this stage. I'll make the wing longer and I'll stack all the staging on the wing. I think it's gonna look the best. Oh, this is gonna suck. This part, it doesn't... Okay, that's not what I wanted. This part doesn't move when I extend the wing. That really sucks. But yeah, I think that this is the approach that I'm gonna be going with. I'll stack literally every single stage on the wing. Oh, and it broke? Let's go. It broke literally every single strut. Nice. Very cool indeed. Okay, so I guess I gotta delete every strut now. Every busted strut. So I have to deal with this camera spazzing, which is very cool for sure. Okay, I think I'm also going to take this and I'm gonna attach it to the fuselage to kind of remove or limit the wiggling that we saw from the wing. That's the reason why I attach stuff to the fuselage and not the wing itself in the first build, to kind of limit the wing flexing. Now we do have this attached to the wing itself, so it's still gonna flex quite a lot, but Attaching the fuel tanks to the wing should help a little bit. Yeah, guys, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with the stream. I've been having issues with it. Both FPS and OBS not wanting to pick up the game itself, so now I had to resort to like my actual screen capture, not game capture. Honestly, guys, I'm not entirely sure what I can do about it. If you guys got ideas on how I can fix it, do let me know, but I don't think it's fixable, unfortunately, for this stream. I mean, I'm using literally the exact same settings that I did in the past for all the other streams, and it's still kind of messing up. So yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. Is it like 10 FPS? Like, how bad is it? Oh, come on, give me this part. Thank you. Okay, so I think we go with a setup something like this. Basically, I'll just try and stack all the stages on the wing. I think it's gonna look a lot better. Maybe it's just the game lagging out KSP, the stream. I mean, KSP does take a lot from my PC, so... Alright, nice. I feel like all the FPS complaints come when I actually start doing the mission, so... I think it's just KSP being KSP, and there's not much that I can do, unfortunately. I mean, it's not like my PC is even bad. I got like a, I would say above average setup, and I'm still having a lot of issues with KSP. I mean, literally everybody is having issues with KSP, so... Like KSP performance. Okay, so we got something like this. I feel like it doesn't look bad. Or not half bad, anyway. Okay, we do need to move some stuff around, though. So our center of mass is a little fucked up. So, what I'm running is, I got a 3070 Ti for the GPU, and I got a 5800X3D for the CPU. And if you guys want to see how my PC is handling stuff, here we go. Got the OBS on. Also got 32 gigs of RAM. Which surprisingly is actually kind of necessary for KSP. You actually do need a lot of RAM for KSP. Surprisingly. Like 16 gigs is genuinely not enough. I mean, man, if you want flexing, you probably want to go to Matt Lown. Dude has a 4090. Like, a 3070 Ti is definitely above average for what people have, but I feel like it's not, like, in flex territory just yet. Oh. Yeah, let me try it out. Let me see. How the hell do I change it? Okay, I don't know how to change it, so I'll do it later. I'll probably do it for next stream, but thanks for the tip. Okay, I want to put some separatrons for now. No, super thing wings are actually most efficient. So, in theory, wing thickness works like this. The thicker the wing is, the more lift you should have at low speeds, but also the more drag you should have at high speeds. So in theory, a thin wing should be optimized for high speeds. Now, I'm not entirely sure if that's how it works in KSP, if you actually get more lift at low speeds. I think you do, but I haven't tested this enough to say 100%. But what I can say for sure is that a thick wing is going to add drag at high speeds. So having a thin wing is definitely optimal for an SSTO. Yeah, thick wings add a lot of drag, unfortunately, so I wouldn't recommend using them. At least for SSTOs. It actually makes a pretty considerable difference also. It's not like a small difference, it's pretty considerable. Okay, so that's the setup we're going with. What's the weight? 160 tons, should be fine. Now we gotta deal with the staging. Now staging is a little annoying to deal with. Okay, let's first figure out our fuel flow, I guess. Okay, so we lose this one first, then this one, then we do this one. Actually, no, we probably do this one. Then we do this one. And then we do this one. Nefarious flexing. Yeah, man, that's a pretty good PC. Also, ultra-wide Giga Chad race. Or ultra-wide... wait, what was the thing? Anyway, man, yeah, I love ultra-wides. I've picked one up probably like 3 or 4 years ago, and man, I'm literally never going back to a 16:9. Okay, so this is the first stage. Then... this is the second stage. First stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage, fifth stage. Okay, I think we have our staging set up properly. Honestly, man, for KSP2, system specs genuinely don't mean that much. Like, somebody with a 4090 and a 2060 Super is gonna have roughly the same experience in terms of FPS. So, I do have a oh wow, I forgot struts. So, I do have a second screen, but I don't really use it. It's not even plugged in at the moment. Man, I used to like mouses with like a lot of buttons on the side, but now I've shifted to quote-unquote a minimalist mouse. I got a Logitech G Pro Wireless, which is super light and super nice. Basically, I spend a lot of time on PC, both for work, for college, and for YouTube now. So I wanted to get a super light mouse to kind of delay my... what's it called? To delay carpal tunnel, basically. Oh, doesn't it? That's pretty weird for the buttons. And yeah, I do have a second screen, but I don't really use it. I used to use it all the time, and honestly, I don't know why I stopped. I kind of rearranged my setup a little bit, like physically, like just changed my table, changed like a couple of stuff about it. And my old HDMI cable for the second monitor was a bit too short to reach my PC, and I kind of just never bought a new one. Probably should, since having a second monitor is super handy, but I don't know, I guess it's just not a priority for me right now. I don't know. Man, so the reason why I want the light mouse is because my wrist hurts, dude. Like, after spending like 12 hours on the PC nearly daily, you definitely start to feel it. Oh, we actually don't even need landing gears on. Huh. No, this is not gonna work. We do need landing gears. So what I used to run before is a Logitech G502, I think it's called. It's a pretty beefy mouse, like pretty chunky mouse. The one with the infinite scroll wheel, which is super nice. I definitely really like the infinite scroll. But honestly, it's just too heavy for me. My wrist just starts hurting, and I don't really want carpal tunnel, so I decided to get a to splurge a bit on a fancier and super light mouse. Yup. Ah, shit, man. I didn't expect you guys to hear it. Yeah, I got a habit of, like, cracking my, I mean, I don't know how you guys are gonna take it, but yeah, I got a habit of cracking my fingers. Yep, I put the big landing gear on a staged part. The reason is, I don't need big landing gears for landing back at Kerbin. I only need small ones, so I'm gonna throw them away. Yeah, I can definitely relate. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think we... do we need engines? Yeah, we need a bit of engine help to get out of this flat spin. So they're gonna be touching, but not much, which is fine. Okay, I think I'm gonna respawn, because this did not go well. Yep, back at the Purple Menace. Man, Eve is an absolute menace, but I do love it. It's a very cool challenge. Oh wait, do I have my staging set up? Yep, I got my staging set up properly. Oh, we're going for a ditch. Nah, I turned on infinite fuel. Okay, so here's the thing. To be maximally efficient with my wing size and angle of attack, I want my center of lift to be as close to the center of mass as possible. However, that does create some instability. Now, as long as I maintain a decent prograde heading, it doesn't matter, but obviously when you're spawning on a planet at 0 meters a second, it can lead to a flat spin. But yeah, we're clearly not optimizing this thing for, like, flying well. We're just trying to make it as efficient as possible for the ascent stage. Okay, I think I'm gonna die here. Coming in way too hot. Oh, actually I somehow didn't die. Interesting. We did lose one of the landing gears, but I guess that doesn't matter. Okay, let's see how this goes. Landing on a hill like this is actually really good for us. So on the actual mission, this would be very good if we got a landing like this. Yep. Brown never dies, except when I do. Yeah, I feel like this thing looks pretty cool, with all these jets coming out of it. Okay, let's see if this stages properly now. Yeah, it does. Nice. Yeah, it would be nice, but realistically what I'm doing is basically simulating it anyway, so... Personally, I'm not that big on... Oh, what the fuck? I think our staging messed up. Oh, and I lost one of the elevators. Okay, so I messed something up with the staging. Okay, might as well go back since this run is ruined. But yeah, personally I'm not that big on like the simulator thing, since you can just spawn places and effectively do the exact same thing. Do you mean turn on the ground or turn when you're flying? Man, that sounds like a pretty jank setup. Personally, I would highly suggest you go to wired stuff, since wired audio is just a lot better in terms of quality, so I think it's really worth going for. Okay, I think we have some sort of a staging issue, but I'm not sure if it's because I messed something up, or is it because the game messed something up. Okay, we throw this away, we throw this away. Yeah, okay, I messed something up. I mean, when you're flying, what you want to do is just roll to one direction and pitch to change your trajectory. The reason why you're having issues is probably because your center of lift and center of mass are somewhere where you don't want them to be. If your center of lift is going to be too far back, you're going to be basically unable to pitch up or down, and if your center of lift is going to be in front of the center of mass, you're just going to have massive instabilities, and as soon as you pitch a little or roll, the craft is just going to go into a flat spin. So what you're looking to do is you're looking to place your center of lift just behind the center of mass for both pretty good stability and pretty good handling. Now, the closer your center of lift is to the center of mass, the more agile the craft is going to be, or the more efficient it's going to be. Since then we can kind of, like, if our center of lift is very close to our center of mass, then we can use a pretty small wing to maintain relatively low angle of attack during flight. I don't know if you guys are following, but yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure I know why the FPS is bad. My game FPS is just really shit on Eve, so I think it's not the stream, I think it's just the game. I think I've solved the big secret. Kinda sucks that I have to land every time I want to do this, but I don't think there's another way around it. Since if I'll teleport to the surface, my thing just explodes. So I kinda just have to land every time. Oh, also I forgot to fix the staging. Whatever, I'll do it next time. Probably gonna lose the elevator again. Okay, so if you're looking for earbuds, earbuds are actually extremely competitive at the moment, and you can get extremely good stuff for very little money. So if you want to spend very little, what I would suggest you do is check out Moondrop Chew. They're honestly incredible IEMs for... Oh, that's not good. They're honestly incredible IEMs for like $20. Yeah, I'll give it a look, man. I've never heard of it before. However, honestly, at the moment, I don't really have that much time for like games that are in KSP, since I'll usually be either making videos, doing college stuff, or doing work stuff. But yeah, I do like building games. I like city builders as well. Yeah, so this stage went okay. We didn't lose anything. Okay, something literally just flew off our craft for no reason. Very cool. Okay, that was a pretty sketchy stage, but I guess it's fine. Honestly, I think we don't have enough thrust, since we have to go at a pretty shallow angle to maintain our speed. So I feel like if we add more thrust, we might end up having more delta V. Oh, that sounds pretty cool. Okay, lost the elevator again. Okay, so this stage needs a little bit of work. Clearly something is not working out. I think we need more separatrons for it, since we keep losing our elevators during this stage. Just, I mean, I wanted to say it's fine, but it's not really even fine for the test flight, honestly. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty used to wonky physics, so it wouldn't really stop me. KSP has pretty wonky physics as well. Yeah, I don't think we have enough delta V. I think we need even more staging, or even more chemical stuff. Yeah, that's basically how KSP building goes, man, especially with like SSTOs or space planes. They ask you how you're doing and you say you're okay. Yup. Yeah, that's literally KSP2, man. Okay, so we need to solve a couple of issues. Okay, firstly we need more fuel. Oh, what the fuck? Why did this go here? I mean, I'd rather just put a couple of separatrons to ensure that the staging goes well, rather than have to change my ascent profile, since having to do like mid-course corrections is gonna make us lose a lot of speed with drag. So I'd rather avoid doing it if possible. I mean, regardless, I'm just gonna add a couple of separatrons and fix it like that, basically. Okay, this should have been... Oh yeah, it is in symmetry. Cool. Let's see, let's just add one like this. It should fix the issue in theory. Now, separatrons might be adding a bunch of drag, so this might be pretty dumb to do, but we'll see. Also, don't have enough thrust, especially on the first stage. So we do need to address that somehow. Not really sure how though, since all of our space is already kind of taken. Now, I could put a structural piece on here, where the vector is, and put an additional vector. So basically we'd have two vectors on here. But I feel like that wouldn't be that efficient, since we don't need two vectors for the final stage. Okay, which part do we stage last? Let's see. Stage this part last. So I think what I'm gonna do... So I'm gonna... Let's actually see. Can I do this? No, I can't do this. Damn. Okay, this is a bit of an issue. Yeah, we need more boosters, basically. That's the general gist of it, but I'm not sure where I can add them. We don't have that much space on the craft. Okay, I'm gonna do a little bit of a rework. Oh, that's gonna mess literally everything up, I reckon. Yeah. Actually, no, it didn't mess everything up, but it definitely messed some stuff up. But yeah, I'll do a little bit of a rework. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna place a bigger single booster on here. And then I'm gonna place an additional booster on the top of the craft. Now this will create problems of its own, but I feel like that's the best way of going about it for now. Oh, come on. Okay, so we go for something like this. Oh yeah, dude, those things can be really spooky. We used to have like test sirens here. Basically, they would like turn on the sirens for a test, and that shit would spook me every time, man. It's really not enjoyable. Now, it's really stupid to have this on top, but it is what it is. Just gonna have to deal with it. I'd also want to scoot this back as much as possible, ideally. So that it has an easier time separating, basically. So I don't really want to duplicate them because I've offset them in various ways. And when you offset parts a lot, they tend to kind of mess up. And I find that it's better not to duplicate them. It also does reduce Kraken attacks, but yeah, I'm mostly doing it because I've been offsetting the parts. When you're offsetting them, you can have issues when duplicating. So I try to avoid doing it if possible. Okay, so we go with something like this. I reckon I also want to move this a little bit. Man, this thing looks weird. No, we need a bunch of separatrons. Okay, we got some separatrons here. We also need separatrons here. Now, it would be super handy if these separators could have a bit more power when they separate, but unfortunately they are pretty weak, so we'll need to rely mostly on separatrons. Let's see. Okay, so we get rid of this stage first, I reckon. Or the separatrons. Okay, we get rid of these. Then probably want to get rid of this one. Okay, I think firstly what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna move all the engines in the correct place so I don't have to so they're not confusing me. Okay, we get rid of this. Done. We get rid of this one. Then we get rid of these. Then this. Yeah, it looks good. Did I do enough? of structure. Oh no, doesn't look like it. Okay, now we need to do fuel. Fuel lines. This one, then this one. This one. Goes a little bit in a crisscross pattern. Yeah, looks good. I'm not sure if I added enough fuel, but we'll see, I guess. I also didn't add any thrust, which is a bit of an issue. Maybe I should... Actually, I'll add a couple more thrusters here. It's not really good to add them at the top. I'd rather have them on the bottom, since then it would be forcing the craft up rather than down, but whatever. Oh man, I'm up to 12 engines. Definitely expect lag. Okay, interesting. Guess we're not very stable. So I'd like to put stuff on the bottom, but our landing gears are very close to the ground, so I don't think I can, realistically. That's why I'm putting stuff on the top rather than the bottom. Man, this thing ended up looking pretty weird again. Alright, see ya, man. Have a good day. Yeah, man, hopefully I don't encounter any more bugs. But it's basically guaranteed that I will, since we are playing KSP2. Oh, that's a suboptimal landing. Okay, we did land though, so I guess it's fine. Yep, I mean, this is still pretty small, man. Wait until you see how it's gonna look when it's fully built. This is only the steep stage. We still have to make the curb and ascent stage. Okay, so we go... I reckon we go straight for 45 degrees. Okay, let's see if this one separates properly. I have very low hopes that it does, but we'll see. Please? Yo, that was actually perfect. Nice. Love to see it. Now, unfortunately, I haven't really solved the SAS issue, since I'm still drifting a lot, which is definitely costing us Delta V. But I don't really know how to solve it, honestly. Maybe I'll just start a new campaign later. For now, I guess it's not the end of the world. Just really lame that we have to deal with this. This isn't looking bad, though. This is not looking bad at all. Okay, this part's separated. That's good. Okay, so our staging is actually good. Okay, every stage separated properly so far. Now, it would be real nice if I had more control on on my ascent profile, but the thing just keeps randomly yawing whenever I try to give it some pitch, so it's really difficult to control it. Okay, I don't think we have enough delta V yet, or I think our first stage is still a little bit too weak, but we are getting there. Since we reduced the amount of hydrogen we need, oh wow. SAS, please, what are you doing? Yeah, nah, that's still too weak. Honestly, I think it might be better to go to the first design. I feel like the first design was better. Let's see. Okay, let's save this, and let's check out the first one. Yeah, I think this design was better. It worked a lot better. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start a new campaign. Even though I literally just started one, but maybe starting a new campaign will fix the SAS issue. We'll see. Hopefully it does fix the issue, because I'm not really sure what else I could do. Since literally every single, like even a single part craft was having the same SAS bug. Okay, let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, I think it did fix the issue. Yeah, I think it fixed the issue. Let's go. I think. Alright, we're gonna do one more ascent from Eve, verify that everything works, and if it does, I'll start working on the atmospheric stage for the carbon ascent. And hey there, Arnie. And let's just verify that it still works. Yep, things work. Nice, nice, nice. Give me that lazy orbit. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot, this thing has way too much pitch authority. Now, I'm not entirely sure that this thing would actually work if reheating was added. The issue is that we have a very small wing. Now, of course, for Eve, we do want a small wing, since a big wing is going to create a lot of drag that we don't need. Atmosphere is super thick on Eve, so we can get away with using a super minimalist wing. However, that does also mean that we have very low drag in the upper atmosphere, which means that it would be really difficult to slow down before we would burn up. So maybe I'd have to add some sort of like a much bigger wing for the aero brake maneuver that we would ditch once we land. Not really sure. But since re-entry heating is not a thing, I guess I just don't need to worry about it right now. Also guys, if you're wondering if the stream is lagging again, nah, that's just the game. Let me put up the overlay. Yep, 13 FPS. Very, very nice. Okay, let's see. see if this thing takes off again. Oh, this thing is actually a lot slower than the newer build, at least on the ascent, on the like initial ascent. I guess it is heavier, so it makes sense. Okay, one of our stages got stuck. That's a little suboptimal. I don't think it did that before. Maybe it did. Yeah, I think we're good now. Craft seems very stable, it's following prograde fairly well. So I think starting a new save fixed our issues. Although I think our staging might be fucked up. Although maybe not. Nah, it's probably fine. Actually, we do have a lot of side slips, so I'm not sure if it's fixed. Might not be fixed after all. Okay, separate it nicely. Yeah, this is honestly a much better design. It's a little excessive on hydrogen, but not really that big of a deal. Actually, maybe our rudder does need to be a little bit bigger since we are still drifting. I think I'll add a couple of stabilization fins on this thing. Not exactly like control surfaces, probably. Just for a little bit of added stabilization. Yeah, this thing is good. Right, we can start making our curving stage now. Actually, let me do a little bit more fine-tuning with this. Also, let's see. Want a couple of stabilization fins. Something like this, probably. Yeah, that looks fine. Probably did change our center of lift a little bit. Yeah, center of lift is a little bit far back. I reckon we do want to correct that a little bit. Not 100% sure how I want to go about this. I guess I'll just move everything back a little bit. Yep, that looks fine. Probably move this up a little bit even. Okay, there we go. Also, yeah, the wing bugs. Actually, this might not be bugged. Okay, so we got our Eve ascent stage done. And now what we need to do is to set up our curb and ascent stage. Actually, before we do curb, what we need to do is we need to do our interplanetary stage. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna add an additional drop tank for hydrogen. Probably gonna add it on the front, since I don't really care how our distribution is at the start of the flight. Probably something like this. Actually, no. I'll put it on the top. It's gonna be a bit more efficient. Oh, that's way too big. Also, I can probably just scoot it back, so it's more or less in line with the rest of our tanks. Let's see. Now, what I'm looking to get is about 1,200 delta V out of this, which is not really that much. I imagine a relatively small tank should be able to do it. Oh yeah, this thing weighs absolutely nothing. Doesn't even mess with our center of balance. Okay, so how much does it give us? Oh man, I think I'll actually have to do test flights to figure out how much delta V this fuel tank gives. It's gonna be really annoying. Let's see. It's probably not gonna be enough realistically, but let's try it out anyway. Get to orbit. Oh wow, that's not a lot of delta V actually. Also, let's see if it can actually hold prograde while doing this. Okay, 1 hydrogen. So currently we have 1.9 thousand indicated. Let's see what it do. Okay, I guess we'll have to burn a non-physical, since this thing is not stable enough to burn in real time. Okay, so it was 1,950 before. Oh yeah, that's definitely not gonna be enough. Damn, that's only like, what, like 500? Oh, and it's gonna go into our... Ooh, it's gonna go into our rudder once we detach. It's a bit of an issue. Okay, so this only added about 500. Man, this thing is gonna look like such an absolute monstrosity by the time I'm done. It's gonna look so weird. Gonna be an absolute gigachangus. Yeah, that's way too big. Okay, so we do this, then we do a couple of extra tanks on the sides. Okay, I don't think this is gonna get us quite the delta V that we need, but it should get us pretty close. Oh, it didn't do symmetry, nice. Okay, so we do something like this, then I restrut. Since we want our struts as well, we basically want them on either end of the fuel tank, so I do want to shift them. So I want to move this whole thing a little bit more back. Something a bit more like this. Would be cool if I knew how much delta V it actually added, but I guess it's not like super important. Okay, 240 tons. Yeah, this thing is gonna be a little bit difficult of getting into space, but I should be able to manage. Okay, so first off, clearly, we need engines. I'm gonna do coupling. We're gonna be adding 4 vectors on the back. We will definitely need some engines to actually circularize, since the swerve is not gonna have enough thrust. Ain't no way it's gonna have enough thrust. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be using 4 vectors for that. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna put it in 4 times symmetry. Probably. Can I do that? Am I allowed to do that? Oh, I actually messed up the symmetry. Yeah, I can do that. Just need to move our stabilizers a little bit, and it should be fine. Okay, so we got something like this. What we do is move these back a little bit. Okay, so these things are gonna get us into orbit and help us out a little bit with our Eve intercept. Now what we need is a really big wing on a coupler. This is gonna suck. So what I'd probably do is do a coupler here. Do a wing. Now this is gonna suffer greatly from wobbly syndrome, so we'll probably need like 500 struts to kind of fix it. Nah, it's probably fine here. Okay, so what I'm trying to do here is basically make a little bridge for the front, and then I'm gonna add a massive wing here for the Kerbin stage. It's gonna be on at the coupler. So probably something like this. Honestly, it's getting kind of difficult to understand which part is which. Okay. Now we do a coupler. Now I really hope that I can offset this coupler enough to where I can attach it to the main frame of the craft, but I'm not sure if I will be able to do that. Guess we'll see though. So for some reason, Intercept felt like removing it. The arrow GUI is actually still there, but the bind is just disabled for it. You can still access it though. Basically what you can do is you can install Cheat Engine by... well, you can install a cheat engine and then arrow GUI is basically gonna pop back up with F12. It's really dumb that Intercept disabled it, but, you know, I guess it is what it is. But yeah, there is a way of actually bringing it back. Okay, so we do something like this, basically. Man, I think we have enough drop tanks for now. But yeah, I guess I'll consider it. Okay, so we go for something like this. Oh, actually I don't even need a coupler here. It's definitely dumb, but if it works, then it's not gonna be dumb. If it's dumb but it works, then it's not dumb. Oh, okay, the wing piece is actually gonna be the wrong way around for me. How would we go about this? Oh, actually I can just offset it. Then it's probably gonna be fine. Let's see how much I can offset. What's really annoying about KSP2 compared to KSP1 is that there's actually an offset limit now, which is really dumb. Like, I really don't get why we needed it. We need an offset limit. Nah, I just offset it enough. It's not gonna help on the other side. It's gonna be the same on both sides. Now, I need to be careful not to touch these fuel tanks, because if I touch them, everything's just gonna blow up when I decouple. And this build is taking a lot longer than I expected it to, honestly. I was hoping that this would be a fair bit faster. But I mean, it is an EVE spaceplane, so I'm not entirely sure what I was expecting. Okay, so we go with something like this. Now, I'm not a huge fan of how this wing looks. I feel like it looks pretty goofy. Although I'm not sure if I can do anything about it. Usually when you add like random bends in a wing, it makes it look a lot cooler, but I can't really add them, I don't think. Actually, maybe I can. Let's see. So it's not really a symmetry issue. The issue I'm having is that I'm placing a wing on top of another wing, and then I'm rotating it in basically the wrong direction. So the way my wing goes is it goes here, then it goes here, and then it goes back here, which is not how the game expects you to make wings. So it's not exactly an issue with the game itself, it's more so just the goofiness of this build. Yeah, I think we're gonna go with something like this. Man, I hope this thing isn't gonna be like ridiculously floppy. Although that's probably not how it's going. It's probably gonna be stupid floppy. Yeah, I'll see what I can do in terms of it looking not so goofy. Unfortunately, I can't really promise that much, since this thing is very close to the limit of what you can do realistically, and whenever you're building stuff at the limit, stuff tends to look weird. Oh, actually, I think this is... Ah, man, this is a little offset. Let's see, wing angle. Can I fix it? No, I'll have to manually rotate these. That really sucks. Yeah, that's probably more or less in line. For some structure. Now, even though I will be adding 8 whiplashes on here, that's definitely not going to be enough. We'll need more engines somewhere. Man, this thing looks weird. Oof, our center of weight is way too far back now. Oh, actually, these are filled with oxidizer, which we don't need for now. Let's see. Actually, I'm gonna go for a slightly different approach. Let's reduce wingspan. Probably something like this. You rotate this slightly. Okay, we go for something like this. Then we add the fuel tanks here. Okay, actually, let's see. Oh no, the weight is actually just straight up too far back. Okay, I guess I should be able to build around that. So we currently definitely don't have enough lift. Unfortunately, we also won't be able to angle the wings, so it's gonna be another issue. Okay, let's see how floppy this is. It's probably gonna be ridiculously floppy. Yeah, this is pretty bad. Let's just put it in the air real quick. See how bad it is. Now, it's not gonna handle properly since our center of weight and lift is super messed up. Okay, it's actually not that bad. Okay, this might work. Okay, we're gonna add a couple of stabilizers. Okay. Actually, where's our center of mass? Yeah, that looks about right. Then we add another wing here. Do be upside down. Let's see. Didn't want to click on that. Okay, let's see. I'll try and go into the other side. I don't think it's gonna help, but I'll give it a shot. The issue is that I'm basically... Oh no, it actually did help. Yeah, you were right. Whoever suggested it. Okay, is this in line or is this a little... No, it's fine. Okay, so I'm thinking of making like an under and over wing, like a bit of a biplane design. I feel like that might work visually. And functionally as well. This thing will also double as our elevator, so it's gonna be pretty nice. The only issue is the fact that we have our main rudder here. And I'm not entirely sure how it's going to react once we decouple these. Might blow it up. Although I think we're just gonna have to go with it. Now, I also do need to add additional jets somewhere. Actually, let's do intakes first. Okay, so these are gonna be the intakes. I'll probably need more, but you know, this is gonna do for now. Oh wow, the jets are actually super high up. That's an issue, actually. I thought they would be more or less in line. Oh, I angled this wing. Oof. Okay, I guess I have to offset this whole thing a little down. Does it work visually though? Not really. I mean, it kind of works maybe. Maybe if I do it like this. Yeah, I think it's gonna be fine. We make these rudders a lot higher. Oh, whoops, didn't want to click on that. Basically, my hope here is that adding 1,000,000 struts is going to fix our stability issues, or not stability issues, our wobbly issues, which we will surely have, but I honestly have no idea. I've never built something quite this ridiculous in KSP2 yet. Okay, this looks like an absolute abomination, but it's fine. We'll need an absolute ridiculous amount of thrust though. Let's just try this thing for now, I guess. Okay, so basically the way this is gonna work, oh, the top tank is gonna be pulled up by separatrons once we spend it. Basically, the way this is gonna work is the first stage that we're gonna be dropping is gonna be these wings and these jets. Then we're gonna be dropping. Oh man, we still need more fuel. Okay, this is, yeah, I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna go about this just yet. Okay, I haven't figured out all the logistics, so I'm kind of figuring stuff out as I go for now. So yeah, I don't have everything figured out just yet. For now, we do need to add more jets, since what we have now is surely not going to be enough. I reckon 12 might be enough, although I'm not sure. Okay, so we probably go for something like this. Actually, what I'm gonna go for is I'm gonna go for 2 of these instead of the arrow spikes. I think it's gonna be a little bit more efficient. However, we're very far from being efficient. This thing is a bit of an abomination. Also, I haven't saved in a while, so probably want to save. Let's see, what are we at? 430 tons. Okay, so I'm gonna remove the oxidizer for now. We will need to add it back in somehow, and we will need to add more fuel, actually. But I guess that comes after, probably. Since we can't use the hydrogen to circularize and ascend out of carbon, we need it purely for interplanetary burns and Eve. So we need to figure out a way on adding even more drop tanks, actually. That's gonna be interesting. Okay, we're at 300 parts. Okay, okay. Okay, I highly doubt that these landing gears are gonna hold this. So we probably need to add some more. No, you mean these tanks? I want to drop them as soon as the jets flame out. So I'd rather not have to enlarge them. I mean, part count isn't really what I'm going for here, like saving on part count. The real thing we need to save on is delta V, since this is gonna be pretty close in terms of it, so we can't really afford to be saving on part count, so we'll just have to deal with really shit FPS. I mean, I've launched like a 700 part rocket, so this shouldn't be that much worse, I don't think. Okay, let's get the staging right now. So we do this, and we do this. Okay, I reckon we give it a test flight. Oh, I forgot to set up all the control surfaces. Whatever. It's gonna be fine for a test flight. Oh my god, the wobbling. Also forgot to strut these. Actually, yeah, I think I'm gonna go strut the vectors and also set up all the control surfaces properly. Man, rebuilding this for the time-lapse is gonna really suck. Since basically whenever I show sped up footage in my videos of how I'm building stuff, well, at least for the last couple of videos, what I do is basically I'll rebuild the entire thing while trying to move the camera as little as possible. Normally it's not a huge issue, but for this thing I imagine it will be a bit of an issue. Since it's really gonna suck to rebuild, it's such a jank and complicated build. Okay, so I think everything is set up. Oh yeah, I also need to strut these. You know what really doesn't save on part count? Having to add like, unironically 100 struts. Okay, where are we at? 350 tons? Not that bad. I think we have enough liquid fuel for the ascent, but I'm not entirely sure. As long as the drag isn't like astronomical, anyway. Might also have to add more engines. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, FPS is not gonna be very good. Alright, let's go. 10 FPS. Honestly, I've expected worse. Okay, this thing is an absolute abomination. I'm not sure if it's gonna be able to take off actually, since we have very little rake on our landing gears landing situation. We'll see. Also going extremely slowly, so we probably do need more engines. But that said, as long as the wobbling isn't too abysmal, I can deal with this. I can deal with thrust being relatively low and FPS being absolute trash. Oh, we actually pitched up quite easily. Interesting. Those rear wheels are actually very handy. Man, this thing is fat. I think the wing is way too small. Yeah, I guess we gather a bit more speed. Yeah, the wing is gonna be way too small for this thing. It's not even taken off at 130. Fuck. Holy shit, it's already at 500 drag. I mean, it did take off though, so... Our drag is absolutely ridiculous though. Imagine getting in this thing for a trip. Would you guys get in this thing? Like an absolute abomination. But we'll see. I'm not entirely sure if it's gonna end up looking even worse or a little bit better as I add more stuff to it. Now, we do need more wing and we do need more thrust, are two clear issues that I'm seeing right now. Do we need more fuel though? That's the question. Honestly, maybe making this thing into a shuttle would make a bit more sense rather than a space plane. Although, I don't know, I kind of do want to make it a space plane. Not really sure. What do you guys think? Now, unfortunately, guys, you will have to suffer along with me during these super long ascents, since there's just no other way around it. Sadly, I can't go into non-physical time warp, since then it's just gonna start pitching our craft down, gonna start rolling it to random directions. Oh, we actually probably need RCS. I don't think the Mark III cockpit is gonna be... actually, we probably don't. We have vectors, so we probably don't need RCS, actually. Keep in mind, guys, we will also need to add a couple hundred tons of additional fuel for the vectors, so this isn't even its final form. This is gonna be way more massive. I think I'll just have to make the wing bigger like this. I don't think there's another way around it. Surprisingly, it is actually moving. Nah, it's fine. I don't need to gain speed. What I'm trying to do is I'm just getting to 10 kilometers. At 10 kilometers, Kerbin's atmosphere gets substantially thinner, which means that I'll be able to accelerate there. Now, the thing that is making me a little worried is our angle of attack. It's ridiculously high already, which means that it will be hard to gather speed. But that's fine. This is sort of just like a test flight. Nice, man. I'm glad you like the wing. It's gonna have to get a lot bigger than this though, since we're gonna have to basically double the weight of what we have right now. As I've said, this is not even its final form. This is sort of just like an interface test flight. Actually, I'm not sure where I'm going to be putting the liquid fuel. My thought was putting it on the outside of this wing, but that's not very efficient, since I do want to get rid of it as soon as these engines flame out. But I won't be able to do that if our fuel is on here. Huh. I guess I can't put it on the bottom, and I can't put it on the top. So I guess I have to lug this wing... Oh my god, I think I have to lug this wing all the way into space, so this might actually be an SSTO technically. We'll see. Yeah, also you were probably right, already at 7 AOA, so it's probably not gonna get into space, or probably not gonna accelerate. We do need substantially more engines. We do have enough fuel though. I think we have more than enough fuel actually. Okay, I think we got the information we needed. Yeah, I think this thing is gonna have to be a technical SSTO. I don't think there's a way around it. We just don't have enough space to shove everything onto the thing, basically. Like, we don't have enough space on the craft to put fuel tanks. So I'm gonna build the fairing out, since it looks kinda lame without it. Might as well do it now. Okay. I think I could probably put some engines on here, although that's a really bad spot for them. Since they're gonna be rotating our thing down then, which is not what I want. Definitely not the effect I'm going for. But more on that later, I guess. Let's see where our center of lift is. Okay, pretty decent. Let's do another wing. Let's see if the small wing is big enough. Not 100% sure, but I guess we'll see. Oh, I can't offset it enough. Also, I'm getting shit FPS even in the VAB now. With this thing, which is really weird. Since typically bad FPS only manifests in-game, not in the VAB. Ah, forgot to do symmetry. RIP. We could use boosters, but they don't really help us that much. The very first stage of our flight is not really an issue here, since we can use jets, and jets are ridiculously efficient. Our issue is that getting from our jet stage to LKO is going to be the real difficult part, since we will need to add a ridiculous amount of fuel for the vectors. Also, SRBs are super inefficient, so it's actually better to use... Oh, these landing gears are messed up. So SRBs are super inefficient, so it's actually a lot better to use chemical engines, or chemical boosters, I guess you could say. Yeah, I reckon we do something like this. This thing is about to get wider than it is long. Okay, so we do some... Nah, this wing isn't gonna be large enough, I don't think. Okay. I think I need to increase this thing a lot. Oh, we probably should have checked if we can actually stage properly, since we don't know if this thing can even stage. Actually, yeah, let's try it out now. Let's see if this thing can actually stage. Copying the entire plane. Man, I feel like I'm already at a high enough part count. I don't think I need to double it. Okay, let's see. Please stage, please stage. Please don't blow everything up. Okay. And... okay. Oh, okay, okay. I think it might be okay. Let's see. I think it might be okay. Oh no, the camera bug. That's so unfortunate. It did actually stage though, but... fuck, I'm getting the camera bug. I actually haven't gotten it in like literally a month. So I don't really know how to troubleshoot it. I'm not entirely sure what's causing it. No, the plane is fine. I staged properly. What I'm trying to do is I'm just checking if I can stage these parts. But KSP thinks that it's falling apart. Maybe... I think the assembly anchor might have been off. Let's see. But yeah, that was intentional. I want to stage majority of the wings. I want to stage the jets once we get into space. So I'm just kind of checking if it actually can stage before going any further. Okay. Please don't give me that bullshit, KSP. Fuck. Why? Why are you doing this? Oh, flight in progress. Oh, actually? Actually, we might be fine. Let's see. Okay. Let's see what's happening. Okay, okay. Average KSP2 experience. All of our stress disappeared. Okay, so maybe if I stage and then right-click on the parts that are no longer needed and destroy them, maybe then that's gonna work. Although I wonder what's the issue. I'm not sure what's the issue actually. Yeah, spaghetti plane. It would be fine if it was just the spaghetti plane. Basically what happened is when I time warped, all of my struts disappeared. Which is probably a byproduct of the camera bug. I wonder if it's because the fairing is above my staging. Let's see. Okay. Okay, that did not save my fucking film. It says that flight is in progress, though. It doesn't give me anything, it doesn't actually give me, like, a fail, though. Which is really weird. Okay, so what if... default name, destroy. Did it destroy the right... oh, fuck me. Okay. Anybody has ideas? I mean, I'm gonna be honest, if I can't figure this out, what I'm gonna do is, once I stage, I'm gonna put myself in the exact same orbit with lazy orbit, with the parts gone, but I would much rather fix this bug, like, I would much rather do the mission the intentional way, without having to basically respawn after staging. I wonder if... I wanted to say maybe the issue is because of the struts, but it literally can't be the struts. Maybe this part is bugged. Oh my god, if it's this part, then it means that I have to rebuild this whole fucking thing. Well, like half of it. I don't think more boosters are gonna fix the camera bug, my dude. But we will be using more boosters, actually. This is not enough engines. But yeah, we do need to fix this issue right now. I wonder what's causing it. We basically need to figure out what's causing the issue. I'm not entirely sure what is causing the issue. Okay, I think what we do is we save, then we save again just in case. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna start stripping the thing down one part at a time and see what's bugging it out, basically. Why is KSP, like, which part is making KSP unhappy? Although, it might be just as simple as starting a new save. Man, imagine if it takes me like 5 different saves to build this craft. Okay, please. No. Okay, so that wasn't the part. That was not the part that makes it unhappy. Okay, I'm gonna try and remove one part that I think might be causing the issue. But if it doesn't help, what I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna start another save and then try putting this thing in that. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's probably the case. Okay, let's see. Does this fix our troubles? My bet is no. Yep. Yep, revert to EAB. Okay, I'm gonna try starting yet another save and see if it fixes it. Is the magical fix gonna work twice in a row? Let's see. Man, shit like this is literally the reason why I'm the only one on YouTube making builds like this. Cause KSP sucks, man, for like complicated builds. I mean, Strats and Blitz also made pretty wild shit. He made a rover using the large hydrogen tanks as wheels, which was pretty wild. Okay, place your bets if starting a new save is gonna help. What do you guys think? Eve Spaceplane 3. Okay. Okay, I believe, man, I believe. I believe that it... Well, I guess we know which part is fucked now. This wing is see-through. Which means that it's fucked in some way. Okay, so we know which part is bugged. Man, it's literally the root part of the entire assembly. Okay, let's see, let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot to turn on unbreakable joints. Yeah, when doing craft like these, it's literally impossible to play KSP without unbreakable joints. Personally, I basically just run unbreakable joints permanently. For rockets, it's not really necessary for rockets, but for even like a medium-sized SSTO, it's just gonna randomly fall apart constantly. So run it. Actually, I wonder if it's unbreakable joints that's fucking things for me. It actually might. I mean, I don't see why it would, but maybe. Let's see. Okay. Please don't spin. Thank you. Okay, maybe it's unbreakable joints. So what I'm gonna do is I'll teleport to LKO, I'll turn off unbreakable joints, and then I'll try to stage. I wonder if KSP2 is punishing me for like low-key cheating. Or well, it's not exactly cheating, it's more like trying to cope with how ridiculous KSP2's joint strength is. I mean, I guess it depends on how you look at it. Okay, we go to orbit. Then we turn off unbreakable. And then we stage. Fuck me. I think I might have to rebuild the entire thing, like the entire outer section. Actually, okay, what happens if I quick save? Because I really don't want to rebuild the entire outer section of this craft. Okay, this happens. Interesting. Yeah, I think I just have to rebuild the thing. This sucks. Okay, how do I go about this? Actually, no, it's not this piece. Oh, I could just remove this bit. Remove this bit. Oh man, I'll have to redo all the struts. I have to locate all the struts, delete them, and then redo them. Because for some reason, like, broken struts stay on your ship. It's really dumb. Actually, they didn't seem to have stayed this time. Okay. Let's see if it's gonna die now, when it has just the decouplers. Let's see if the decouplers are at fault here. Man, the craft looks so small now. Without all the outer stuff. Oh, it still dies. Okay, so it's literally the decouplers. Interesting. Are those decouplers just bugged? That would really suck, because they're literally the best decouplers to use for this situation. Let's see. Are they just... Okay, so put fresh decouplers on, let's see. But I think those decouplers might just be cursed. I don't think I've ever used them in a build before. So I wouldn't know if they're cursed. Let's see. Yep, these decouplers are straight up cursed. Okay, okay. So we're getting somewhere. I wonder if I offset the decouplers from my main craft, will it be any better? Because I'm trying to look for ways on how to not rebuild the entire thing. Let me just go back to my previous save, where I have this entire thing built. Offset the decouplers. Let's see. Okay, so it's literally not even touching now. Maybe I put the coupler on backwards? I don't think I did, but... Actually, I think I know what the issue might be. Since this part is like heavily offset... Oh wait, did I put it on... No. Okay, I'm not sure what's going on still. Okay, let's see. Okay, so it still thinks that this is one craft, since I'm not getting physical interactions between these two. So it doesn't think that I staged for some reason. Like, the game doesn't recognize that I staged. I wonder what would happen if I use the decouplers manually instead of using the staging. Instead of staging them with the spacebar. Because basically the game doesn't understand that I staged. And it still thinks that this is a one craft. I think that's what I did here, but I don't recall. But I think that's what I did here. Okay, let's see if I can do these manually. Well, after wait for the parts manager to load in 5 years. Okay. Decouple. Yo! I think if I do them decouple. Yo, we're in business, my dudes. We are in business, I believe. Well, as long as I don't get any bullshit here. Yeah. Yes! Thank God. Okay, so if I decouple them manually, this works. Cool. So I guess I just can't stage using the spacebar. However, this does mean that I can only stage in space. Although not necessarily, I guess I can just stop time. Okay, whatever. This works. This is progress. This is good. Okay, so this problem is solved. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, what was I doing before? Wings. Okay, what do we need to do? What I need is a larger wing. This probably isn't enough, I don't think. How do I do this? Okay, I got an idea. What I really don't like is that this thing is getting about as wide as it is long, which looks really weird visually, you know? Okay, so we do this like this. These probably don't need to do anything realistically. Actually, they can be roll. This can be roll. I'm gonna have very high authority over roll access, so we can probably do that. Boom. Advanced, this is gonna be roll, and then this is gonna do nothing. Okay, this wing does nothing. Then we need to edit this a little bit. Span and position. Okay, okay. Now, do I want this to be so low or do I raise it? I guess it doesn't matter. I'll figure this out later. Now what we do is we do another wing. We're gonna do a triple high wing. Since we need considerably more lift than we got right now. Oh, I can't really see what I'm doing though. So a little bit of an issue. Okay, we do more root length. This thing is gonna be so weird. Tip length, wing angle. Yeah, so we do something like this. Oh, I didn't do symmetry, fuck. Okay, that's fine though. You probably don't want magnet. Okay, so we do something like this. Probably reduce the wingspan a little bit so it's not touching the tank. I mean, it's definitely possible. It's just a matter of patience. Like I've said many times, guys, SSTOs are absolutely, or space planes in general, are absolutely nuts in KSP2. Like, the sky is genuinely the limit. And that's not Kerbin sky, before you guys say anything. I'm not referring to Kerbin. Do I want to angle this a little bit? Okay, so this is gonna give us a little bit more lift. Center of lift is still pretty decent. I mean, you tell me, dude, do you think this thing is gonna be easier to get out of the atmosphere with? Okay, so here's the thing with space planes. They're technically a lot more efficient because a space plane uses jet engines. Jet engines are an order of magnitude more efficient than rocket engines, which means that a space plane can get to LKO with considerably less fuel. Now, they do need pretty high optimization to do this. So, if you have the experience for it, or if you have the patience, you can make a space plane be ridiculously efficient. But a rocket is gonna be a lot simpler. Like, getting this thing out into space with a shuttle would be, like, I'd be done already. Would have basically done the mission already if this was a shuttle. But I feel like a space plane is cooler, so I want to do it with like a legit space plane. Okay, so we've added more wing. Okay, I think this thing needs to be at a slightly different angle. Okay, what we do is this. Then we add engines, since we clearly, just like someone suggested, we clearly don't have enough. Oh, actually, I wonder if it would look cooler if it was like kind of poking out through the wing. Kind of does look pretty cool, actually. Kind of like it. Huh. Okay, I don't know if we need more fuel tanks. Probably not. It's probably fine. Just gonna move these back a little bit. There we go. Give me more whiplashes. Okay, 8 more whiplashes added. Okay, so that also depends. If you're trying to make the most efficient craft possible, it's probably going to be more efficient to go with a rocket. But if you're trying to get more than one Kerbal off Eve, then a spaceplane is going to be drastically more efficient. So, for example, this thing is, well, without all of this like atmospheric stuff, the bare bones Eve ascent module is about 200 tons, and this thing carries 20 Kerbals. A rocket that has to carry, or well, a rocket that carries, I don't recall, was it 5 or 6 Kerbals? Well, let's just say 6. A rocket that carries 6 Kerbals is gonna be about 1 megaton. So it's considerably more efficient to do a spaceplane if you need to lift something out of Eve, but just for like a single seater, a rocket is probably gonna be more efficient. But that said, I've not done the testing, so I can't really say. Okay, we got 20 whiplashes. Oof. Okay, this is gonna be interesting. But yeah, honestly, a spaceplane might be more efficient than a rocket. I'm not really sure. I'll need to do some testing on this. In KSP1, it 100% was more efficient, because in KSP1, what you could do is you could use propellers to get out of the first stage of Eve, well, to like 20 kilometers, literally for free. And the first 20 kilometers are really the hard part of Eve. Like, once you get to about 20 km, it's just smooth sailing from there. So in KSP1 with robotics, yeah, absolutely. In KSP2, I don't know. Maybe. I mean, considering that a bigger SSTO is more, or a bigger spaceplane is more efficient than a big rocket, then logically the same would follow for a smaller spaceplane as well. But I don't know. Oh yeah, dude, struts create a lot of drag, and we have like 100 of them here. So it's definitely not optimal, but there's literally no other way around it. Yeah, basically try to minimize the amount of struts you need as much as possible. Now, if this was KSP1, what I would do is I would simply add some auto struts, and I'd have literally like maybe I'd have like 10 struts, which would cut down on our drag considerably. Like, unironically, more than half of our drag in this craft is coming from the struts alone. But they're just like, I can't not add struts, you know? There's just no way around it, unfortunately. Yeah, so you will probably need some struts, but do try to keep them down to a minimum, basically. The best you can do is just try to use as little of them as possible. Okay, we're gonna wait for a bit longer before pitching up this time. Honestly, if you're flying an SSTO, just run Unbreakable all the time permanently. SSTOs are really bugged and they will break randomly for no reason, so just turn Unbreakable joints on and leave them on forever and forget about it. Now, I haven't tried modifying the strut drag, but it does sound like something, like a pretty good solution. Also, guys, before you say that the stream is lagging, it's not the stream, it's the game. Even though it's saying that it's running at 10 FPS, it's really running at more like 4. Man, I wish I could make this thing longer for the atmospheric stage, but I can't. I mean, the drag is already absolutely abysmal, so I guess a decoupler, like an inline decoupler, wouldn't change things that much. Maybe I do just stack stuff on the back, although that would require a complete redesign, so I don't know. Yeah, so they removed crash damage, no crash damage, but they removed no crash damage because it wasn't working anyway, and even if you toggle no crash damage, you still, like if you hit the surface, you'd still die. No crash damage, which is like straight up not working. Now, what I would really like to do here is pitch my wing up, since the wing size would be sufficient if I could pitch it up, but I literally can't. Oh, actually, maybe I can. Okay, I'll need to experiment with that, because our AOA isn't that bad, and a slight wing pitch would help. Man, the game is running so bad. That said, it's still running noticeably better than in my Tylo Lander video. Okay, this is actually looking kind of promising. Our drag is monumental. We have 4 meganewtons of drag at the moment. But I guess that can't be really helped. Man, this is so dumb. Making this thing a shuttle would make a lot more sense. Or maybe just make it longer, I don't know. Honestly, I might redesign this whole deal. I'll probably put a decoupler on the swerve, and then add an additional stack here, basically, and then just make it longer, because I don't think that this design is the best way to go about it. Yeah, so no crash damage is weird. Sometimes it does work, sometimes it doesn't, so there was really no way of telling when it would and when it wouldn't. KSP is just weird like that, I guess. Honestly, I'm kinda tempted to just rework this entire atmospheric stage. Since our drag is already super bad, it probably wouldn't matter that much if I put an inline decoupler on. Now, the reason why I don't want to put an inline decoupler on is because they're bugged and they create a shit ton of drag, but I mean, kinda whatever. at this point. I think we also have too much... I want to say we have too much fuel for the atmospheric stage, but maybe not. It's kind of difficult to tell so far. It might take a while for us to accelerate to our eventual speed. So that's sort of what I did in the Moho SSTO video, like my last video. I basically got into LKO and then ditched the whiplashes and a couple of vectors that I used for the final ascent. Now, the idea did cross my mind of basically leaving the whiplashes in orbit and then later redocking with them, but it was honestly like the idea came to me a little too far in the video and there was just no reworking it. It's probably something I will do in the future since it does sound pretty interesting, but I don't think it's gonna be it's gonna work for this specific flight. I mean, I don't know, man. I've thought about it for a very long time, whether it's cheaty or isn't cheaty. I mean, when you think about it, an SSTO is a single stage to orbit, and that thing achieved the single stage to orbit not once but twice, both on Moho and on Kerbin. And there's nothing saying that it can't stage after achieving orbit. I mean, it's a little cheesy, but I did go through some lengths to actually make it a technical SSTO, so I don't know, I feel like it's still a air quotes SSTO, more of an SSTO-ent, but yeah. Yeah, staging the wings as well is definitely the smart thing to do. Like, here we're staging a lot of wingage that we don't need anymore. The only issue I see with staging wings is that once you stage, all your struts disappear, and since there's no building in KSP, like orbital bit construction, there's not going to be any way of re-adding the struts, so you're basically completely relying on the docking port for rigidity, which could be a problem. For engines, it's probably fine, but for a wing, I'm not sure if it's gonna work. But yeah, if I did like a fully reusable SSTO with staging, I'd probably try to stage the wings as well and then reattach later. Although I'm not entirely sure if it would work, honestly. Since rigidity, basically. If we had orbital construction, then you could just re-add the struts once you dock, but... yeah, exactly. I would have to use the biggest docking port there is, but even then. Okay, so this thing is actually getting out of LKO in terms of its first stage. Now, I don't have fuel for the second stage, but this is actually... this design might actually work decently well. Although I'm kind of tempted to try and rebuild it, but I've already spent so much time on this build, I don't know if I want to. What do you guys think? Does this thing look cool, or should I try and make something that looks a little bit better? I think this thing is like 350, 400 parts. I don't recall exactly. We can check once I'm back in the VAB. But yeah, this thing is like all struts. It's all made out of struts. Yeah, lag incarnated. Okay, now we do have another issue. our drag persists into really high altitude, which means that our circularization burn is going to be very inefficient, which means that we need a lot of fuel, which we probably have, but I don't know it exactly, but I know that purely with the hydrogen stage it's not enough. What we'll need to do is we will need to use these vectors for a little bit for our Eve intercept before we can ditch them and switch to hydrogen completely. Basically what we need to do is we need to deliver the main craft, which is like these hydrogen tanks, excluding the drop tank on top and the wing and all the vector stuff, to Eve without spending any fuel, or without spending any of its fuel. So we will need to use these vectors for a little bit longer than we would like. Okay, so we know that this works. I think what I'm gonna try and do is I'm gonna try and do a little bit of a rework. I'll save this, of course, but I'll see. I got an idea on how to make this a little bit nicer. It does entail using an inline decoupler though. I can probably avoid it by coming up with some jank way on how not to use it, but I'd rather use an inline. Like, our drag is already abysmal, so it's probably not gonna make much of a difference. V2, let's just save this as a V2 real quick. And welcome back. Okay, we throw away all of this. Throw away all of this. Oh, the FPS is so good. What we do is this. How much is this? 36 tons? Probably sufficient. Okay, where's our center of mass moving? Way back, which is fine, I guess. Okay, so here's the idea I have. Basically having a separate booster for the... Oh wow, that's not enough delta V for sure. Although, is this correct? Okay, is this really only 400 delta V? Because if it is, that's really bad, but I really doubt it. Okay, let's check. I really doubt that's only 400. That can't be right. Bro, is it only 400? Okay, let's see. Oh wow, this thing is... Oh, it actually is handling quite nicely. That's pretty bad that it's only 400. So my specs are a 3070 Ti for the GPU, a 5500X3D for the CPU, and 32 gigs of RAM. It's a pretty decent setup, but like it's nothing super crazy. Okay, what would happen if I replace this with a vacuum engine? It's probably... yeah, it's not worth doing. Okay, so I need to do something like this, basically. Oh, whoops, engines are pointing the wrong way. Man, there's still only 750. That's not even enough to circularize. How is it that low? Like, it's not that heavy. Yeah, I mean, it's above average, but it's not a 4090, you know? It's, like, reasonable, is what I'd like to say. So we basically need about 1.5k of delta V in this specific stage, which is gonna be hard to do. Okay, let's see. So in the new update, what I would suggest you do is start a new campaign. I think you'll see some pretty nice FPS gains. Okay, how much does that increase our... Okay, how much does that increase our delta V? We make this asparagus. And fuck knows, because it doesn't show. Very cool. I mean, yeah, I've been doing pretty well and been getting a little bit of success, but I also do put in a shit ton of work into these videos, so it's definitely nice to see the work paying off. Bruh, what? Adding 4 of these takes me to 4,000? What? So, starting a new campaign... Okay, so basically KSP had an issue where old saves are basically corrupted. They have some sort of a, like a massive issue where FPS is just gonna tank if you have an old save. So the easiest way to get around it is to start a new campaign. Like, I literally start a new campaign for every single mission that I do. Like, every single mission is a new save. Okay, that gets me to 1.4. Save files are just corrupted, man. Basically, the longer the save file exists, the more laggy it's gonna be, and in addition, in KSP2, if you have literally any craft file or any craft out in space when you're playing, it's gonna be fully rendered. So it's going to be dropping your FPS considerably for basically no reason. Yeah, man, it's try it out. It's definitely a very good way to go about things. Oh, is there? It's probably in the community fixes, I imagine. But yeah, I'll definitely need to check it out. Haven't really checked out that many mods in recent past, since I've been relatively happy with the mods that I've been running. Okay, center of mass is super far back, but that's fine. Okay, so in theory, this should give us enough to do the things that we need to do to give us enough delta V. Now, I did slap 8 whiplashes on it, so that might affect the delta V of this stage. I see. Yeah, I'll definitely need to check it out. But yeah, for now, a pretty good workaround is just to start a new save file for literally every mission. Okay, I think I need to run a little test and see how much delta V I actually have. Yeah, I mean, it sounds like a decent laptop, but I definitely wouldn't recommend trying KSP2 with it. It's probably not gonna run it that well, unfortunately. Okay, we got 540 in the first stage. Oh, sick, man. What the fuck? Excuse me, what? What the fuck? Okay, I guess we're launching. Now, it would be more efficient to ditch the whiplashes earlier, but I don't know, I feel like this might be a decent way to go about things. Let's see. Okay, so it has 550 basically. I mean, it is randomly going up our delta V, so I'm not sure what that's about. Kind of hard to gauge how much we got. Okay, let's see, let's just do a burn. Okay, so our orbital is 200 and we have apparently 540 delta V. Let's see. Yeah, it seems like it's bullshit. Also, if I go into time warp, I just die instantly. Yeah, welcome, fish. Oh, is it? I have OBS on low latency, but honestly, I'm like very new to streaming, so I don't really know what I'm doing. How bad is it? Like the delay? I thought it was a couple of seconds. Okay, so apparently if I go into time warp while burning, it just absolutely kills me. So I guess we're not gonna do that. But I don't believe that it's only 500 delta V. We need to figure out how much it is. Like, the delta V is literally going up as I'm burning. Let's see. Oh, one of our vectors is actually not activated. That might be why. Oh, damn, that's actually really long. Yeah, honestly, I'm not really sure. I have it in low latency mode, but apparently not. Yeah, I feel like it should be faster, but I don't know. I'll need to look into it for the next stream. So, I do still have to have a little bit of latency. The reason for that being is, if I run the stream with no latency, it's gonna put a lot more stress on my setup, like on my PC, and FPS is gonna be even worse than it is right now. Currently, I have it on like the middle setting, which is low latency, but like not as low as it can get. But yeah, I might have to look into setting up lower latency stuff. But yeah, I'll see if I can get the latency down for the next stream. Man, sure would be nice if we knew how much delta V we had, so we didn't have to do this. Okay, I think it's not enough. Damn. We're gonna need a lot of liquid fuel. Unless it's lying? Okay, so we got about... like what, 1.2k, 1.1k? No, I don't know him. I mean, I know of him, but I don't know the guy. Okay, so I reckon we don't do engines on here. Well, we're gonna have to ditch them a little bit earlier. Oh, actually, this coupling is gonna add drag. So what I'm gonna do instead, so I'm gonna use this shitty coupling. Yeah, legit, dude. I don't think a NASA supercomputer can even run KSP properly. But yeah, it is a cool game. It's gonna be really cool once it's properly fleshed out. Oh, Space Engineered the game? Nah, I don't know this. I don't think I've ever heard of it. Oh, what? That does not look right. Oh, I misplaced this. Unlucky. Oh, and it's bugged. Cool. They probably will. The last couple of patches have brought slow but good improvements, so I'm sure the next patches are gonna be the same. It's gonna be a slow trickle of improvements over time. Okay, so I reckon I do it like this. I do just the tanks here. Now the reason why I'm rebuilding this thing is it's gonna give me more space for to do things. That previous build was getting a little out of hand with like how dense it is, and even though it's probably still doable, I feel like making a slightly longer build would be a bit easier. Yeah, I might give it a look. Although, honestly, at the moment, I don't really have the time to check out other games. Since between college, YouTube, and work, I don't really have much free time. Okay, I reckon this should give us enough orbital delta V. So we stage this fuel tank into these side tanks, and then we stage these side tanks into the center tank. Staging seems good. Okay, well, I do need to move stuff around a little bit, but yeah, it does seem good. Okay, we got 4 vectors for the stage. Yeah, I think this should be fine. I'm studying mechanical engineering, though I'm honestly only doing it for the paper, since it's pretty difficult to get a job in mechanical, or like a decent job in mechanical engineering without a degree. I've been working in the field for probably like 6 years now. I've been doing freelance mechanical. Okay, so this is the setup that we got. These are the orbital boosters. Now we need wings and we need jets. Now this little elevator at the back is kind of throwing a bit of a wrench into my plans, since I can't really add anything here easily. Oh, also probably need more struts on here, since this part is gonna be really wobbly. Oh wow, the camera shift. I have a scholarship, so it doesn't cost me anything. Okay, now I really don't want to attach the couplers that hold our wings to this piece. Maybe I can attach it to the hydrogen tank? Let's see. Actually, I can probably move the elevator up a little bit. Oh, actually, I don't know if I can move it up. I wanted to move the elevator up so that it would get out of the way of this wing, but then this stage, when we stage, it might hit the elevator, so I'm not sure if it's gonna work. Okay, how do I do this? Also, an aerodynamic coupler might be better for this. Yeah, it's more or less same here, as long as you're doing decently. Unfortunately, exams are coming up for me for college, so I'll unfortunately have to slow down a little bit with YouTube, but I'll still try to do as much as I can. Honestly, I kind of hate college, but yes, it's just something I kind of have to do. Wait for it to rain. Yep. Okay, so we probably do something. It doesn't look super good, but I guess this is just sort of like a transfer stage for us, so it doesn't really matter, like in terms of a wing. Then we do a big chonker here, probably. Okay, where's our center of mass, actually? Okay, center of mass is really far back, which is perfect. Oh, actually, I don't know if I'll be able to attach the wing to this bit. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I live in Lithuania, which is a Baltic country. You probably know it if you're from Germany. Okay, so we do something like this. Actually, maybe even the small wing would do. Nah, small wing probably wouldn't do. Oh wow, the center Centers are actually perfect here. Yeah, I think music switched to something weird, so let me just make sure that it's still good. I'll reset it though. Okay, so we do something like this. Increase the tip length. Fair enough. Well, it's basically a Baltic state, so... near Poland, basically near Poland. Then we do a stabilizer. So it's a playlist for the in-game music, yeah. I don't really want to use, like, non-game music, since I don't really want to get copyrighted. I mean, it's not like I make money off YouTube, at least for now, but just don't want to get a strike on the channel, since that would be very, very suboptimal. Yeah, honestly, KSP2 music is really good. I really like it. Okay, so we do something like this. Okay, is it going the right way? It is going the right way. Perfect. It is angled though, angled in the wrong direction, I think. Actually, let me repaste this real quick. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna make one of the wings white so it's a lot easier to see. A pretty good trick that you guys can do is if you're like working on several parts that are pretty difficult to make out from one another, you can just make one of them white. It makes it a lot easier to understand what's actually going on. Okay, so I reckon we go for something like this. Oh, actually center of lift is very far back now. I think we can fix this though. Oops, that was the wrong one. Fuck. Okay, so that's basically the main design. I feel like that looks a lot more shapely. What do you guys think? If it works, that is, which I'm not sure it will. But if it works, I'm pretty happy with the looks. Okay, now where did the control surfaces go? Actually, I'll solve that later. For now, let's do engines. Yep, box wing. I like box wings. I'm not super good at them, but I do like them. I think they look cool. Yep. Yeah, today's stream is pretty lengthy. This build is taking a while, so how much I can do. Yeah, man, good luck. Hydrogen is extremely busted, and well, not necessarily busted, but extremely strong in KSP2, so you should definitely be able to do it. Also, yeah, orbital construction is definitely gonna be nice once it actually comes out. Not having it kinda sucks. Actually, I didn't need to delete these. Okay, it's actually faster than just like repaste them instead of reverting, I guess. Is it? Kinda. Shopping cart. He could probably do that now, even honestly. I believe in you. Okay, so will this work? Will this be mega wobbly? Honestly, I have no idea. Oh, fuck me. All these stages got fucked up. That really sucks. We have to redo the Eve staging, since they got randomly fucked up along the way somewhere. Damn, that really sucks. Well, I guess I need to redo this shit. Literally all the struts broke. Not sure when though. But do be very cool for sure. Okay, let's see. Yeah, they really should. That would be an update for the ages. Oh fuck, I think I messed something up. I clicked on something. Hopefully it's just the parts manager. Nice, thank God. Okay, we're at 600 tons. Interesting. Definitely a healthy tonnage for a plane. Yep, see you around, man. Enjoy your dinner. Okay, that's the wrong one, I guess. Give me this wing. Okay, let's see if this thing works. Just gonna set up the control surfaces, do landing gears, and we can try it out. Hopefully I have enough wing. I don't know though, this thing is really heavy. Worst case we can just compensate with raw power, but I'd rather... Oh, actually we don't have enough liquid fuel, probably. Whatever, I'll deal with that later. Let's see. Oh, actually our center of thrust is a little bit... Okay, that's a bit of an issue. Okay, how do I address this? Probably repitch the whole wing, I reckon. Not by much, but a little bit. Okay. Probably gonna need the accels. Put them on the wings. Hopefully they don't break. Oh wow, that's so high up actually. Holy shit. Okay, so this build is gonna be a little bit more sketchy on the ground, but once we take off it should be fine, I reckon. Yeah, I imagine this would be pretty hard to follow. Welcome back, man. It's going. It's definitely going. We're about to find out how it is going, though. Hopefully the wobbling isn't too bad. Oh, also I forgot to remove auto suspension from the rear legs. Okay, that's... Okay, so that's really not good. Just time warp so we can actually see what's going on. Okay, that's an issue. Okay, how do I lift the ass off the ground? I guess I'm just gonna put a couple of small wheels on the back. Yeah, the runway lights look great in KSP2. Okay, so I reckon we put a couple of very, well, not really small, but smallish landing legs. Yeah, man, getting ready for liftoff. The wing is pretty wobbly though. I think we're gonna have issues. Well, at least on the... I mean, to be fair, the wing is supporting like 500 tons, so maybe it's gonna be fine once we lift off. As long as we don't make like any sudden movements. Oh my god, man. Launching during the night really sucks. Okay, so this fixed our first issue. Taking off is gonna be a little bit difficult since I can't pitch that much. I can't pitch up that much. Okay, let's see. Oh, the FPS. I guess it's stabilizing. I feel like the wing is once again too wide. I wish it was a bit shorter and a bit like longer, but I don't know if I can do much about that. Also, this is definitely the game running well. Hey, Soup. This is definitely the game running really shit, not the stream. Before you guys ask again. Okay, Aero GUI, my beloved. Yeah, you know it's gonna be good when FPS dips to 1. You know you've done your job well in building it. Okay, I think we don't have enough engines. Going really slow, although it's actually... Oh wow, the front wheel isn't even touching the ground. It's really hard to tell whether it's not enough thrust or whether the game is just running so slow that it seems like the plane is slow. It's pretty hard to tell. Okay, our drag is abysmal, just as expected. We can probably tone down on air intakes. Well, we are veering off the runway, but I'm kind of afraid of correcting it on the runway. I don't think it's... Yeah, I think I can't really help it. It's just how it is, I guess. see if we can pitch up. No, not yet. Well, we're not heading for the VAB, so I think we're gonna be fine. Just gotta gather a bit more speed on the runway. With staging, I've actually already built the Eve Ascent module. Right now what we're doing is we're building the Curb and Ascent module. Okay, what if I pitch down and then pitch up? Please lift off. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna reduce strength on these wheels so that they can depress a little bit lower. But yeah, taking off with this thing is gonna be a bit of an issue. Yeah, once they're fixed, once the cargo bays and fairings are fixed, it's gonna be a lot better. Ooh, we're drifting. Okay, this did not go to plan. I think I need to make some alterations. What do you mean, Werners? Now, I'd like to not have wheels at all on here, but that's literally not gonna work out. We're 100% get a tail strike. More like unplanned reverting to the VAB. Okay, fuck it, I'm just gonna pull it out pretty far back. They're not gonna help, man. This craft is like 550 duns, so our CS is really not gonna help us here. We just need to gain enough of an angle to actually lift off. I mean, I'm not even sure if this thing is gonna work. This might not have enough of a wing on it. We'll see. Probably like 250, 300 at this point. I'm not entirely sure. It's been a little while since I checked. Well, our wheels instantly died. Nice. Oh, Werner RCS, right? Yeah, so having Werners on larger SSDOs is basically mandatory for like taking off and landing on, as you say, planets without an atmosphere. But for taking off from Kerbin here, it's not gonna help us, unfortunately. Yeah, Werners and rockets, Werners on SSDOs, they're definitely the best RCS. Okay, so I think we literally have to use this beefier landing gear. Although I'm not sure, maybe if I clip it this far, it's just gonna break instantly. I don't know. We'll see. Just need to wait for about 2 years for the parts manager to load. Okay, no spring, no steering, thank you. Really? I feel like they do have textures, but I don't know. I see. Interesting, interesting. I mean, I feel like engines do have textures, but I don't know, maybe. Or do you mean like new textures? Like different KSP1? Okay, please don't blow up. Hello? I think my game crashed. Oh, nope, it's back. Oh, now the part manager was just opening up. Also, we lost the landing gear again. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna try and take off. It's almost certainly not going to work, but it's worth a try. Since we're most likely gonna hit this part. Well, let's give it a go. Okay, why are they trying to pitch up? It's actually scraping. Yeah, now we need those wheels. Compared to unmodded KSP, yeah, KSP2 definitely looks better, but honestly, modded KSP1 does look better in many ways. And also runs considerably better. Nah, wings look better in KSP2. That is factually incorrect. Okay, so how the fuck do we take off with this thing? Is the question. I think we stick these landing gears on here. Maybe. Okay, so we stick it on here. Where's the center of mass? Oh, come on, just let me offset. I don't know, man. I feel like KSP2 has a lot more versatility than KSP1 in terms of wings. There's just so much cool shit you can do with KSP2 wings. I mean, it's a little bit harder to like cover up random gaps, but for the most part, I'd say that KSP2 wings are definitely an improvement. Man, this landing gear is so low. This is the issue, really. Okay, so now we have it super high. Okay, actually what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna spawn this thing in the air and see if it actually even flies, if it's worth trying to make it take off. Maybe the design is just wrong. Let's see. Okay, please pitch down. Please don't go into a flat spin. Man, the game is running so slow. Also, this thing does not have a lot of elevator authority. This is not very good. Okay, let's run the vectors, I guess. Try and save ourselves. Yeah, glorious 1 FPS. Yeah, legit. Even though it's saying it's 8 frames, it's really, like, if you look at the timer, you can see that 1 second of in-game time is like 5 seconds IRL, so it's unironically running at like 1 to 2 frames right now. see how this thing is operating. Okay, drag is horrendous, as expected. I think it has a lot of pitch for it. Actually, this might be the vectors. Nah, this thing actually has pretty good pitch authority. Not a lot of horizontal stability though. What's happening? Hello? Okay, SAS. Okay, let's do a vibe check. 60 minutes per frame. Okay, let's do a vibe check. Which one looks better, this one or this one? I don't even know, honestly. I mean, this isn't done, but it does look pretty cool, I'd say. It's not as efficient, though. Honestly, I'm not a huge fan of how this box wing looks. It's a little bit too square. If it had like another wing section going here, then it wouldn't be as bad, but I don't know if this like reverse wing is working too well visually. Yeah, there is, but vector is actually more efficient, so using vectors makes more sense. Vector is just a really good blend of efficiency, power, and, as the name would imply, vectoring, so I like to use it for most builds. Not really sure which one I want to go with, honestly. I could have a booster that helps us get off the ground. That is definitely something I could do. Although, low speed isn't exactly, like, it shouldn't be the main issue, since we do have jets, and jets are ridiculously efficient, so they help us cut down on weight a lot, and basically the first stage should be, like, quote-unquote, the most effortless stage. The real issue I'm having is the fact that we have to lug all of this around, like all of this fuel, for the circularization burn and partially for the Eve intercept burn. But I might end up using some sort of a booster to get off the ground, I don't know. Not really sure. Just kind of looking which design I prefer. I mean, this is a bit more messy and there's more going on, but it does look kind of cool, I guess. Honestly, we just need enough speed for the wing to actually start working. But the issue with this one is that the wing is super wobbly, so I think it messes with stability as well. Since the wing is like extremely long, and there's more angle for it to like flex. Also, our center of lift is probably too close to the center of mass, I imagine. That's also causing some stability issues. Let's try and angle this back a little bit. Well, move it back more like. Yep, that's what I've done. I have struts going to the fuselage. Got struts going to other surfaces. So they're definitely strutted. Okay, now I've probably moved this a bit too far back. Is it touching? I don't know. Oh, wait, what the fuck? Okay, so here's the issue for stability. One of the wings is going upside down. Oh, no, never mind, it isn't. Okay, cool, cool. Yeah, man, I got struts going all over the place, So, I don't think I can really do much more with struts. The issue is that this just flexes a lot. And since we have so much mass on the wing itself, it's also a bit of an issue. Plus, we can't get enough of an angle to actually lift off. Okay, let's try adding some boosters actually. Let's try it out. Maybe. Could they act as air brakes? I mean, I don't know how much this is gonna help, but it's probably worth a try. It's probably gonna be super wobbly though. It's basically impossible to add decent structure to this thing. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm coming up with ways of keeping myself busy in KSP2. There are things to do if you're willing to spend a lot of time doing them, basically. Okay, I feel like the booster might actually hit the ground, but whatever, I'll try it out. Yeah, so basically, Soup, what I would suggest you do is turn off unbreakable joints and leave them on. Just forget about that setting. As you say, stuff just randomly falls apart constantly, so there's just no point in even trying to build stuff. What the fuck? The fuck is this? Excuse me? What the fuck? Yeah, see ya, Soup. Oh yeah, I mean, you're definitely not wrong. It's really annoying and you have to deal with random bugs. I've probably spent like over an hour in this stream just like troubleshooting bugs, if not more. But I don't know, man. There's still some fun to be had, I would say. If you're willing to suffer through all the bullshit. But I've kind of just embraced the suck at this point, so it doesn't bother me as much as it did before. Oh, it's because of the landing legs. I see, I see. Well, more struts, I guess. Alright, let's try it out. I don't think the solid fuel booster is gonna help much. But we'll see. Honestly, I'm not super big on replicas, so I don't think I'm gonna do... What the fuck just broke? I don't think I'm gonna do starships anytime soon, but I definitely do plan to build a massive base in the near future. Okay, I think our SRBs are literally scraping on the ground, and we're having some weird offset thrust. Why are we rotating to the right? Okay, I'm not really sure, but whatever. I'll just try and take off. Yeah, I keep having to permanently hold left with the yaw since we're having some sort of a Okay, well, I guess the SRBs are gone. Well, I mean, they helped a little bit. God, the FPS is so bad. Now it's actually as bad as the Moho thingy, as the Moho lander. Frame rates are basically about the same. Maybe it'll get better once we take off. Oh, our landing gears on the sides actually broke off. On the wings. Okay, let's gather a bunch of speed before we can try to pitch up. I don't think we'll be able to take off, but it's probably worth a try. Things keep flying off our space plane though, which is probably not a good sign. Alright, 150, let's see if we can pitch up. Ooh, the flex. Yeah, this thing is really flexy. Okay, let's see if we can bounce it into the air. It's really difficult to tell what's going on with this FPS, but... yeah, I guess we need more speed. I mean, if we roll off the runway, then we'll take off, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Can we please get in the air? Down to 3 FPS, although it's not 3. 3 would be pretty nice. Jeez. Okay, yes, we'll see. If we can take off and actually fly once the runway ends, then maybe this build still has... then maybe this build is still decent, but at the moment it's kind of worse than the last one. From where I'm looking. Also, I guess he finally made my first plane that uses the entire runway to take off, so that's something. In KSP1, nearly all of my SSTOs and planes use the entire runway. Okay, let's see. Let's see how this works. I don't really get why the FPS is so bad on this one though, compared to the last one. Yeah, I mean, it is technically more efficient to use up the entire runway in KSP1 since it's pretty short and you don't really need like high thrust weight for an SSTO or even a plane in KSP. Okay, this thing, FPS is super shit and we got some sort of a phantom force going on, so I'll probably go back to the last design. Although I'm not sure. Yeah, but this thing has some sort of a phantom force issue going on, so I really don't feel like troubleshooting it with 5 FPS. The devs did such a great job on retexturing. Yeah, basically, honestly. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go back to this design and figure out a way of slamming a bunch. Although this design also has issues. I don't know, guys. I think I'm gonna end the stream here and then give it a bit of a think over the evening, since the stream has gone off for long enough and I need to go have dinner. Anyway, guys, thanks for coming along as always. I'm not really sure when this video is gonna